And Marianne, the other thing I'll need help with is just with the host capacity.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee for the Environment and Natural Resources. I'm Stacy Brenner, one of the co-chairs, and we are gathered here today for the purposes of a handful of reports along with work sessions. So we will be going in this order. At 9 a.m., we have a briefing on PFAS. At 10 a.m., we have a briefing from GoPIF about the Clean Energy Transportation Map. And at 11, we have the main community service report on the Climate Corps, which is a report back from a bill from last session. Then in the afternoon, we have 6 work sessions, and we're going to take the work sessions in this order: 1826, 1872, 1429, 1875, 1911, and 1639. What I'd like to do is make our way around the virtual horseshoe and have everyone introduce themselves. And Representative Ziegler, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I had plenty of coffee for today's, I assume, very, very long session. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont.
And Representative Bell.
Good morning. Art Bell. I represent House District 47, which is Yarmouth, Chesapeake, and Long Island.
And Representative Dudera.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. I'm Vicki Dudera, State Representative for District 94, which is Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport.
And Representative Gramlich.
Good morning. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach, and I have not nearly had enough coffee to sustain this morning, but I'm working on it.
The Representative Hanley.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. I am Representative Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which are the towns of Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
Are they serving coffee out there where you are in space?
Yes, but my normally I can turn my audio on and off with the space bar, but it didn't work today. I am in space, if you will.
Looks like Representative Bloom has joined us. We're just doing introductions, Representative, and I believe it's
Thank you. Right away. This is Representative Lydia Bloom from the town of York, House District 3.
And Senator Bennett.
Good morning. I am Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of Western Maine, specifically Oxford and parts of Oxford and Cumberland counties in the beautiful lakes region and foothills to the White Mountains.
Senator Carney.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough.
And Representative Tucker, who is the House co-chair of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm Ralph Tucker from Brunswick, House District 50. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will go ahead and launch into our report on PFAS, and we have Commissioner Loisem here from the department, and she will guide us through today's first report. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, and good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and distinguished members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. I'm Melanie Loisem, Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection. Thank you for giving us some time this morning to provide you with an update on the state of Maine's investigation into PFAS contamination. And if you'd bear with me for a moment, we do have a slide deck, I believe, that's been shared with Mr. Tartikoff, but I'm not sure if either Suzanne Miller, our Bureau Director of Remediation Waste Management, is going to be running the slides this morning, or if Dan is. But if we could pull up the first slide, which is the presentation overview, that would be helpful to get us started.
I thought I had moved Suzanne and Brian over, but I'm going to just try that again. There she is. Says he's coming over. Oh, there he is. Great. Welcome. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Melanie, Brian, do you need me to do this? I'm going to try to figure out how to do this. I have no idea. Let's see. Record, share screen. Can everybody see that?
Not yet.
We may need to give you screen. Oh, there we go. No, it's coming. There it is.
Great. Thank you, Suzanne.
Yep, thank you.
Could you put it on the presentation overview slide?
Yeah. Which one is that? Oops, sorry.
Number 2.
And please make it bigger if you can.
Trying. Do you know how to, sorry, I apologize everybody for my technical inabilities. Let's see. I'm not really sure how to do that.
You might try view.
Okay. Sorry, my computer's a little wonky this morning. Yeah, here we go. Apologize, everybody. There we go. Can you see that in full screen?
Yes. Are you able to advance the slide, Suzanne?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. So you've all met now Suzanne Miller, our Director of the Bureau of Remediation Waste Management. And she'll be driving once I'm done talking here in just a minute. Also presenting to you this morning will be Brian Kavanaugh, Director of our Bureau of Water Quality. You will also have available at the end of our presentation for questions, Victoria Eleftheriou, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Remediation Waste Management, Molly King, the Bureau of Remediation Waste Management's Technical Services Director, as well as Nancy McBrady, Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources at the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and Dr. Andrew Smith, State Toxicologist at Maine CDC. Before Suzanne and Brian get started, I wanted to say that the hearts of everyone at DEP go out to the people who have been impacted by PFAS contamination. It's like a nightmare you can't wake up from. People's homes and livelihoods have been destroyed. And the scale of the tragedy keeps growing with every sample we take. We live in this state too. You are our friends and neighbors, and the choices all of us make have immediate and tangible effects on people's lives. Thank you for supporting our request last year for funding for testing and treatment of PFAS in drinking water and for assistance to impacted farmers. Now we can quickly provide bottled water and get water treatment systems installed in homes with contaminated wells. But that's only a little thing for someone who has lost everything. There's so much going on with PFAS right now, we can only cover a fraction of it this morning. Our presentation is just a brief overview of DEP's investigation of PFAS contamination, including our approach to testing fields where sludge and septic spreading was licensed as required by LD 1600. Also, early results of the landfill leachate testing that was required by LD 1600. What we know about the potential for treatment of PFAS in wastewater at the Anson-Madison Sanitary District, as well as sampling for PFAS in surface water and fish tissue. It is important to know that PFAS is not everywhere in Maine, although it seems like it is. DEP has tested wells that were completely non-detect for any PFAS, although that is limited by current analytical capabilities. The scientific understanding of this family of compounds has grown rapidly in the last few years. Laboratory abilities to detect these compounds has improved substantially, but recent studies of PFAS effects on animal and human health suggest much greater toxicity than previously believed. Every day we are learning more, good and bad, and using that information to inform our next steps. So Suzanne and Brian will give you an overview of some of what we've learned and the testing we have planned. Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you. Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present where we are going with PFAS. I will start with just a refresher. PFAS is defined in Maine as any member of the class of fluorinated organic chemicals containing at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom. I want to just mention that the CF bond is what is so strong. That's what makes all the PFAS that we use in consumer products so successful at repelling water and grease. And because it's so difficult to break this bond, that's why it's difficult to destroy. And we'll talk more about that later when we talk about treatment and destruction. But a couple takeaways from this particular slide here are that there are lots of different PFAS compounds. We're still learning a lot about them, and that's why this is considered an emerging contaminant. So where are PFAS in Maine? So we found PFAS in both public water systems and private drinking water wells, surface water, landfills, active and closed, sludge and septic spreading sites, which is probably going to be the focus of my portion of this presentation, agricultural sites, as well as some contaminated sites. Maybe those are federal sites or Superfund sites or other uncontrolled sites. And a lot of times in those cases, the source might be from AFFF, which is firefighting foam, or there may be some other sources. The key thing to remember is that where is PFAS coming from originally? It's not just manufacturing, it's not just paper mills, it's not just wastewater treatment plants, it's from consumer products. And so I just wanted to emphasize that as we move forward. So currently, there are a few standards in Maine that we're using in terms of how we move forward with PFAS and how we're making decisions. So as many of you are very aware, last session, the Maine interim drinking water standard changed to 20 parts per trillion for the sum of 6 PFAS. That's different than the EPA's health advisory from 2016, which was higher. And these numbers drive how we move forward. One thing I want to mention is that in October, the EPA released its strategic roadmap for PFAS. So the EPA is planning to make some announcements and new information over the coming few years about how PFAS will be regulated and managed. However, while the EPA is moving fast for the EPA, it's still slower than we're moving here in Maine. And so we're ahead. So just as you remember, Public Law 2021, Chapter 478, LD 1600 requires the DEP to do 3 things. Conduct a PFAS soil and water investigation based on contamination that came from the application of sludge and septic from licensed sites. Ensure that landfill leachate is sampled, and also establish a fund that ties back to the collection of fees on sludge and septic handling. The law became effective in October. So originally we estimated over 700 sludge and septic application sites across Maine. This diagram is just a draft for a visual to give you a sense of just how pervasive sludge and septic sites are across Maine. what I want to point out is this is a draft because we're still learning information. There may be a perception that it's really easy to look through licenses from the past, 40 or so years to find out where all of the sludge and septage was applied in Maine. However, it's actually been quite difficult. In addition to looking at the actual licenses, staff are also reviewing annual reports for each of those licenses to identify exactly where the sludge went. So for example, some of the licenses may have had multiple generators, multiple locations where it was going to be spread. There have been ownership changes to some of the locations where application may have occurred. Sometimes it would be as simple as an ownership change between landowners. Sometimes it's something more complicated, like a subdivision was built in an area where land application took place. So it takes some time to get through to figure out who actually owns the property. Also, in many cases, in a license, approval to spread septage and sludge may have been provided in the license, but it's not always clear that it actually took place. So again, that's where those annual reports come in and why it's so important to look through all of the documentation.
Suzanne, this is Stacy. I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Do you want to take questions along the way, or would you rather sort of walk through your section and then break for questions? What's easier for you?
I'm thinking it might be better to go through it, only because I don't want to take up Brian's portion of the presentation. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of questions, and I don't want to, derail anybody else.
Okay, Representative Bloom, if it's okay with you, I'm just going to wait then to call on you for your question.
Yeah, it was just about the difference between sludge utilization and septage land. What is the difference between them? That's all.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Real quick, so sludge is basically a byproduct from your wastewater treatment plant. It may include, septage may go into a wastewater treatment plant, but it doesn't have to. Septage is human waste essentially, or waste from households, and that can be either straight up land applied based on licensing information, or it can go to a wastewater treatment plant for further treatment. So there's sort of two different categories. Just as a quick overview, septage sites are usually in more, septage application sites tend to be in more remote areas, and the parameters for licensing are a little bit different. Okay, so as I mentioned, sometimes each of these 700 sites might have multiple generators that contributed to a site. So maybe two different wastewater treatment plants or some other combination. Sometimes the sites include more than one field. So it's not just 700 fields that the DEP is going out and testing. It could be 10 fields or more per site, which then of course, adds more locations that have to be truth checked. So just for more information on how we are trying to get information, that means staff have to go through the licenses. They need to go to town offices, look at records, a lot of times tax records, to find out who owns what piece of property before they can even reach out to landowners. As far as tracking down homeowners, that's a little easier, although not easy. We know generally where we're going to be testing around a field or a site location, and so looking at the maps, we can identify where there are homes, and then we would reach out to homeowners either by trying to track down contact information or actually knocking on doors. There are thousands of data points we've collected already. As of December, looking at the EGAD data we have, there's over 78,000 records. So with sort of that as a background, well, now that we're working on getting more information for each of the sites, the DEP's collected a lot of information, and for the sludge sites, we've been trying to determine how do you prioritize this. So in October, we came up with a mechanism for prioritizing all of these sites. We looked at the volume of sludge or septage that was land applied. We looked at the anticipated presence of PFAS in the sludge, and that's based on having a sense of where the what was going into a wastewater treatment plant. Is it likely that there's going to be PFAS in that sludge? And then of course the proximity of known receptors, which basically means, how close was the land application to people's private drinking water wells or a public drinking water line. So using that information, we came up with a priority screen. priority mechanism, which I'll show you in the next slide. But a couple other things to keep in mind too, in terms of how we actually get out into the field, is that we need to also work through issues with access to sites. Not all landowners and homeowners want the DEP to come and sample, especially as we hear more and more in the news about how horrible the situation is. Not everybody wants the DEP on site. Weather is an issue as well. Excuse me, as well. Soil sampling is not something that's easily done in the wintertime when the ground is frozen and we have all this snow. I will mention that the septic sites are being managed separately. There's 153 of those. We're going to be contracting a lot of that out. Likely in the northern part of the state, we're going to have staff actually doing that as well. So it's going to be a combination of staff and contractors doing that work. So in terms of sludge, this is how we prioritized and tiered the sampling process. So for all sludge application, the first disclaimer is that PFAS was likely to be present in the sludge, and that's based on known sources or contributors to a wastewater treatment facility. Tier 1 are land application sites where there was 10,000 or more cubic yards of volume applied. And also nearest homes are within a half mile. Tier 2 are those between 5,000 and 10,000 cubic yards, also homes within a half mile. And in this situation, we may downgrade or upgrade depending on more information as it's collected from the investigation. Tier 3 sites are less than 5,000 cubic yards. And again, sites may be elevated. Tier 4 sites are sites where the information we have so far doesn't indicate that sludge was land applied, but we still need more research and time to verify that. You know, again, with these licenses spanning decades, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not easy to find all the records. So we're going as fast as we can. And as soon as we verify through the records, we may place the Tier 4 sites into one of the other tiers to move forward with the investigation. So what are the timelines? So Tier 1 sites, we are estimated that we are going to run through early 2023. That's the 34 communities that we've identified on the website. I should mention that many communities have more than just Tier 1 sites. They also have Tier 2, Tier 3, or possibly Tier 4 sites, which is a little confusing. So because a community is listed doesn't necessarily mean every single potential PFAS site in that community is going to be in Tier 1. It just means that we're going to start with the Tier 1 sites first in that community. Tier 2 sites, we expect to be sampling and investigating in 2023, 2024. Tier 3 and 4 sites, 24, 25. The timelines are not exact. That's because we expect that we're going to speed things up as we get a little bit more experience. We just started in December. We're still onboarding staff. I'll talk about that in a minute. As staff get more experience, we expect that things will start to be a little bit smoother and move a little faster. One other thing we don't know is where we're going to need to expand and step out investigations. So for example, if we go into a community and we get really high levels, we may need to step out really quickly. Other communities, we may have low levels, in which case stepping out won't be necessary at all. So really, depending on what we find, it's going to determine the pace of the investigation. I can assure you that staff are working as fast as possible. So here are the investigation timeframes that were required to complete. Half of all the sites have to be sampled by the end of 24 and all by the end of 25. Because of that, it's a very fast-paced process. Our narrow focus for the DEP is on soil and water. Typically, for soils, we take composite samples, which means we take a bunch of samples in a location and average out. That's how that's done. Water samples will be taken at people's homes for their drinking water. Just for some perspective, between the beginning of this year, the end of 2025, when this investigation needs to be complete, there's 208 weeks. If you do the math with the 700 sites, that's about 3.5 sites per week for water and soil sampling by each project team. Each site, as I mentioned earlier, may have multiple fields and residences. Many samples are obtained in each field location. And again, the weather conditions, seasons, and other factors like vacation time, sickness, anything else, that can also affect the pace as well. So for each site, we have a project team assigned, and they'll be assigned in each of the tiers as we go. Each team will have a project lead, a geology tech to actually go out and do the sampling, and then a geologist or a hydrogeologist to help with the sampling plan. Members of each team often have multiple sites they're working on around the state. It's new for many staff, so there's bumps in trying to figure out the best way to do things. And we're continually working with our colleagues at the Department of Agriculture to refine coordination. So staffing and funding. Thank you again for all the support provided last year for this effort. We wouldn't be able to do it as quickly as we are now without it. So last year, the legislature granted us 11 new full-time positions and 6 limited period positions. We began hiring as soon as we could in August. We were given the authority to go forward in August, which is, again, ahead of the bill becoming effective. Even with that advanced start, we still haven't hired all the positions yet. We have 8 that are onboarded and trained. 5 are starting soon. I believe 4 start today. 1 is starting within the month. And there are still 4 that are in the hiring process. We've, just like everybody, have had trouble obtaining new hires. The market's very tight. And as I think Senator Brenner might have mentioned in an earlier hearing, hiring is difficult with the pay scales in state government. So it's a struggle. However, considering that we have, the 8 onboarded and 5 starting, that's good. We also have several staff who are not assigned specifically to do PFAS work, doing PFAS work. It's all hands on deck. Staff are very engaged. We received $20 million from the general fund towards the PFAS investigation. We're still working on getting $5 million from the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. And there may also be additional funding through the bilateral infrastructure legislation for PFAS in both drinking water and wastewater. Typically, that'll come through the state revolving fund. Just for perspective, in fiscal year 2020, the department spent about $56,000 on PFAS. In 2021, the department spent $480,000 on PFAS. And for 2022 so far, we've spent over $1 million on PFAS. And that's just expenses. That's things like lab costs, installing filtration systems, distributing bottled water, and sampling of filtration systems. So what does the investigation process look like? As I mentioned earlier, staff have to do an in-depth review of project licenses and annual reports to make sure they understand exactly where land application took place. From there, our geologists will put together a sampling and analysis plan for each site that dictates where the sampling takes place and how that moves forward. Once we have a sampling and analysis plan in place, staff project leads, project teams will contact the landowner or the homeowner to schedule sampling events. In that process, they coordinate with the Department of Agriculture to determine if additional considerations need to be considered. With farms, especially, there's a lot of concern about only testing the areas that are contaminated. That's the department's charge, is to test, to find out where the contamination is. However, there are concerns from farmers that maybe there are some areas that aren't contaminated. And so they would like to have that done as well. This is a really clear example of where the two departments have, I don't want to say conflicting, but different missions, different directions that they need to go. And so it's difficult for the timing to be perfect when the department is on a very quick-paced investigation to find out the extent of PFAS contamination, but not necessarily there to provide holistic, in-depth support to the farmers. Once DEP collects its samples on site, they're sent to the laboratory. And then once the lab sends the results back to the DEP has to review those for quality and irregularities. Once that's done, the DEP project staff will follow up with the landowner and the homeowner with the results. We're prioritizing the over the 20 parts per trillion results first. And at that point too, the project team gets together and determines if a stepped out investigation needs to happen. So once the results are in, there are a couple things that happen. If we're testing for soils and the soil results are elevated, the DEP will be coordinating with the Department of Agriculture regarding those lab results, and also with landowners to discuss next steps. And this is an area where both departments are still refining the process. We're still learning as we go. We're still trying to figure out the best way to provide the most support to landowners, to farmers. For elevated water results, it's a little more clear. The DEP coordinates directly with homeowners to discuss the lab results. If the results are high, bottled water is provided until such a time as the DEP can arrange for a filtration system to be installed. The department provides bottled water and a filtration system at no cost to the homeowner, and the department plans to maintain those systems, those filtration systems, until such time as the funding runs out. In some cases, farmers have separate water systems that aren't part of their drinking water, but they use for irrigation. And in those cases, both the Department of Ag and the DEP coordinate together to determine how to provide reimbursement to those costs. And then in some cases, there may be opportunities, or there have been opportunities, to expand water lines or get a homeowner hooked up to an existing public water line. And that is being done in coordination with the drinking water program. Oops, sorry about that. So what can people do if they aren't getting answers quickly enough and they're concerned about the time frame that the DEP is moving? So for water, people can go ahead and do their own self-testing. There's information and guidance on the DEP website about how to do that. If you do self-test, we do ask to share that information with the department, because all the information, all the results that come in help paint a picture for us to determine how PFAS is moving through the soil and water into the environment. The more we know, the better we can do in providing additional protections to people and wildlife. Soil sampling is a little trickier. Self-testing can happen, but we recommend coordinating with folks from the Department of Agriculture to get some more support on how to go about doing this. And I guess the key thing I just want to mention is, as fast as we're trying to go, we just can't get to every site at once. There's a lot going on. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about interagency coordination. The various different departments are coordinating together. We meet regularly. DEP is coordinating with the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, the Maine CDC, and the Maine Drinking Water Program. As I indicated before, each agency has different objectives and priorities, but we're trying to determine how to work best together, how to not let things slip through the cracks, so to speak. We're trying to anticipate issues before they come up. We're trying to best handle inquiries from the public. One of the issues with that is that questions that the public have don't necessarily fit neatly into one or all of our agencies. So we're working through those issues as they come. We're also working towards developing an interagency website just for PFAS. It's under development, and it's anticipated that that will be something available up and running by the summertime. The benefit to that is that members of the public can come to one website and not have to go to 4 different state agencies to try to find information. So some additional considerations with the investigation. As mentioned, the pace doesn't necessarily meet everyone's needs. For some, it's too fast. For some, it's too slow. The long-term impacts of this investigation are going to extend far beyond the DEP. Agriculture, hunting, fishing, gardening, wastewater, and waste management will all be affected. And there are some areas where we might find high levels of PFAS where we're not certain of the source. And I don't think we've had this yet, but in such a case, that may have to fall under the uncontrolled sites program because we don't know what the source is. So we'll have to be ready for that when that comes. So I'm going to shift gears and talk about landfills. So in September 2021, the department sent a letter to 25 landfills that manage and collect leachate. That language, managing and collecting leachate, is part of the language in LD 1600. Letters were sent requiring each of these facilities to self-test using specific DEP PFAS sampling protocols and approved laboratories. To the right, there's the list of all the PFAS they were asked to test for. Once tested, they had 15 days to report back to the DEP what those results were once they got their results. They were required to take samples in an area that's representative of leachate coming from the landfill. And a total of 5 sampling rounds were to be provided to the DEP prior to January 2024, which is when we will be reporting information back to you. So we started the first round of sampling this fall, 21, and each spring and fall through 2023, additional sampling rounds will be conducted. So we've only had 1 round of sampling so far. We've received data from 19 of the 25 facilities. 2 facilities are still waiting for their lab results. 3 facilities did not test at all, or they didn't test for all 28 compounds. So we've been in contact with them, and they are the ones who didn't test at all, and the ones that didn't have all 28 compounds are retesting right now. And they've been told that they will test at the beginning of the year and then late in spring, so like closer to May or June timeframe. There are 2 facilities that did not respond to any of DEP's inquiries. We did send a follow-up letter out to them, and we've still not heard anything back. So some facilities sampled in 1 location, which is required, but others have determined that they wanted to sample in multiple locations. And just as a general, concentrations were found for the sum of 6 PFAS in the range of 5.62 nanograms per liter to over 22,000 nanograms per liter. And one interesting tidbit is that of all the PFAS compounds, PFOA was detected in all of the samples. I want to shift now to closed landfills, because there are landfills that don't necessarily manage and collect leachate, but they still exist. We have about 400 unlined landfills around Maine. These are under the department's closed landfill remediation program, so they're handled by a separate program. Generally, these are municipal landfills. How we sample and monitor for anything in these landfills is through monitoring wells. So we are testing monitoring wells at each of these locations, although it's part of the overall program. We're testing areas, prioritizing areas where we have a knowledge or history of industrial activity in the area that might have added to PFAS contamination, and also looking at the proximity to homes. So in the past 2 years, 40 of these closed landfills were evaluated, 37 were tested, 20 more anticipated to be evaluated and or tested in calendar year 2022. At this point in time, 19 filter systems were installed as a result of PFAS levels in these types of landfills. These are the 7 municipalities that have been impacted. 1 residence, instead of having a filtration system installed, was tied to a public water line that was in Gorham. And also, as you've probably seen on the news with Kittery, right now there are discussions about whether residences will be tied to a public water line or whether a filtration system will be necessary for those higher level results. So this will be my last part of the presentation before I turn things over to Brian, but I wanted to just talk a little bit about how can PFAS be treated or destroyed. So it's still a major problem. There's no clear silver bullet or resolution to this, but there are a couple different things that we do know about. One is wastewater treatment. We can treat PFAS in water, but unfortunately the PFAS that's collected as part of that process is left behind in a residual PFAS filter or solid. That still has to be disposed of somehow. Landfills will take PFAS. It's not a hazardous waste, so landfills can take this. But a lot of them aren't really enthusiastic about it right now because the landscape of regulations is changing and information is being learned. So they're not real excited about it. Hazardous waste landfills can take PFAS. The only downside to taking PFAS to a hazardous waste landfill is it has to go out of state, likely out of the country. It's very expensive and transportation costs are high. Composting, we've talked a lot about composting internally. We don't really have a recipe yet for that's effective, but we are at least starting small, and we're going to be conducting a pilot in 2022 for the deer carcasses. Incineration, there are studies that go both ways about incineration. There are some studies that say it's probably okay if the temperature is high enough, but there are some studies that say it's not really a good idea because PFAS might be airborne and then go back into the ground that way. So there's just a lot to be learned about that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is supercritical water oxidation. This is a technology that basically requires a really high temperature and a really high pressure, which allows that C and F bond to be broken. However, this is still in a research phase. My understanding is that it's never gotten out of pilot phase at this point in time. So I don't know how far off that is from reality, but I did notice that the EPA did recently post something about this on their website. So I'm hopeful that maybe they're putting some money and research effort into it. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Brian Kavanaugh. And Brian, just let me know when you need to move forward with slides. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the committee. I'm Brian Kavanaugh. I'm the director for the Bureau of Water Quality at DEP, and I'm going to give you an overview of some of the water-related issues for PFAS, including treatment and some of the ambient testing that we've been doing. So why focus on wastewater? As you know, we have municipal treatment plants. If you could go back to the previous slide, Susan. As you know, we have municipal treatment plants across the state. We have 164 publicly owned treatment works. They're owned by towns and districts. They accept wastewater from our homes and our businesses, and in some cases, industries. And we also have some industrial wastewater discharges, such as paper mills and other types of manufacturers. But in terms of POTWs, they also take in trucked in waste, and that can be things like landfill leachate, septage, agricultural waste, particularly now from the PFAS sites that Suzanne mentioned. So one aspect of treating at the treatment plant is you're treating all of those wastes at once when you're able to provide effluent treatment for the final discharge from the treatment plant. That being said, there's also a role for pre-treatment of certain waste. That's a common part of the Clean Water Act. EPA develops categorical standards for certain industries that are required to pre-treat before they discharge to a municipal wastewater treatment facility. And we expect the EPA will be doing that for PFAS compounds for certain types of industries. I know they are studying that now. They've identified certainly manufacturers of PFAS chemicals as one of the pre-treatment categories, and they're also looking at other categories such as landfills. And the other concept that we're really exploring here is the ability to provide a closed loop system of sorts. So if we have advanced treatment for PFAS of the effluent, and it can be safely discharged to waters of the state, and the treatment media from that treatment system goes back to a secure location, which may be a landfill, or it could be other disposal methods such as incineration. But as an example, treatment media goes back to a landfill, secure landfill. The sludge from the treatment facility goes back to a secure landfill. And the leachate from that landfill goes back to the treatment plant that has advanced treatment. You've thereby created a closed loop system amongst those entities. So that's one of the concepts we're exploring. Next slide, please. And one place that's being discussed is at the Anson-Madison Sanitary District. You heard discussion of this during the public hearing for LD 1875. They began looking at this in earnest in around 2020. We've had discussions with them since then about various issues, funding, regulation, as well as how they may function as one of these closed loop systems to assist with some of the problematic materials we're finding as a result of the PFAS contamination at the farms. They also take leachate from Norridgewock and may take additional sources of waste. So they are currently in the design phase. They've been studying this for a while, doing pilot level testing. If everything goes well, they may be online by 2023. So they are still in the design phase, and it's not a hard date as of this point. Next slide, please. The department has committed $2 million to this project through our state revolving loan fund and through ARPA funds. We've also advocated for additional funding, congressionally directed spending from the federal government. That still hasn't been resolved yet, as it needs to be finalized in the budget. And that would meet the initial project costs that were about $3.5 million for this project. Though I think that cost is a little bit in flux, and I'll speak to that in some future slides here. And I'll note that the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act, and the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, is providing additional funds for us for wastewater infrastructure. You may know that we've got, just for our traditional wastewater infrastructure, to upgrade sewer systems, pump stations, treatment plants, there's about $1 billion of needs throughout the state. But we're hoping this additional funding will help us address those issues, as well as these emerging issues with PFAS. The bill in particular is providing a significant increase in our SRF funds. We expect over the next 6 years, all combined, we may have about a total of $418 million from all of those sources. That's roughly about $70 million a year. And we hope to use some of that to incentivize PFAS treatment or provide PFAS treatment as needed as the regulations change. Next slide, please. So at Anson-Madison, they're designing an advanced PFAS system. Traditional wastewater secondary treatment that is provided at municipal treatment plants does not treat for PFAS. Treatment plants were never designed for that. They're designed to remove oxygen depleting compounds, and they can also be modified to treat nutrients. They provide disinfection for bacteria, but they weren't designed to remove this chemical. So additional tertiary treatment is necessary. They're investigating different options here. Foam fractionation, that's a process where you can kind of foam the effluent and capture some of the PFAS in that foam layer, and then provide additional treatment to that. That greatly reduces the overall volume of the effluent that needs to be treated. That can also be followed by things like activated carbon or certain types of ion exchange resin. Next slide, please. So from a regulatory standpoint, and this comes into play with our discussions with Anson-Madison as an example, from a regulatory standpoint, at this point, it's hard to advise facilities like Anson-Madison on exactly what level they should design to for treatment, because we don't have the data we normally use to establish limits for toxics for PFAS. EPA develops limitations in two ways. They develop effluent limitation guidelines, which are technology-based limits for certain categories of dischargers. That may be industrial categories, or it may be for pre-treatment. But what they do is they study nationally all of the data that's available, and they develop the technology-based limit based on what is technologically and financially feasible. So they are studying that now. By the end of this year, they plan to announce a schedule for the industries that they hope to do that for. And that may come into play for pretreatments for things such as leachate or for some industrial categories. The other way we limit discharges is through effluent, through water quality criteria. That's the ambient standard. And those are developed by EPA to protect aquatic life and human health. And we use those, that's the concentration that's allowable in the receiving water that will be protective of both human health and aquatic life. And we go backwards from there to establish limitations on discharges, so those ambient criteria are not exceeded. And I'll talk about that in some more detail in a future slide. So it's difficult at this point in time for facilities that are moving forward like Anson-Madison to know exactly how they need to design to meet future limits that aren't yet set. So next slide, please. So as I said, EPA is developing water quality criteria for PFAS. Their schedule is aquatic life by the end of this year, human health by the end of 2024, and they're coming up with a schedule by the end of the year for the effluent limitation guidelines. Next slide, please. So to flesh out this dilemma a little bit from a regulatory standpoint, we met with Anson-Madison. We had a discussion of if they move forward now and are put their system in place and are taking a contaminated waste, what's the most appropriate way to regulate them in the absence of these normal criteria that we would use. And the guidance we gave them was, for now, to be conservative, was to use the interim drinking water threshold for the 6 PFAS compounds of 20 parts per trillion as an end-of-pipe limit. We realized that was somewhat conservative, but in the absence of the additional information that we would normally use, that's how we advise them. They are now studying what that means to the project in terms of cost. We expect it will potentially significantly increase the cost of the project. And so that may lead to further discussions to try to resolve what is the best path forward. Next slide, please. So I'll go into a bit more detail about how we apply these criteria. So again, EPA establishes criteria to protect aquatic life, that's fish and other critters in the receiving water, and human health. And they look at a variety of human health effects, cancer, and other issues. And they develop the in-stream criteria for that. The way we apply those is we do that with a full watershed approach. We are looking at all of the discharges along a watershed, such as a river, including all of the tributaries, and limiting them so that the criteria are not exceeded anywhere within that water body from the top to the bottom. And in order to do that, we need to have some sort of allocation for all of the discharges. If you will, it's the final number, the in-stream criteria is a pie, so to speak, that needs to be divvied up amongst all the dischargers so that all those discharges in total do not exceed the amount that's required or allowed. Next slide, please. So in order to be ready for EPA when they establish those criteria so that we can implement them in a timely fashion, we are right now developing a plan to gather data that we need, and that includes ambient data for background levels of PFAS in the waters of the state, and also discharge data in the effluent that's being discharged from a variety of dischargers. So we've waited until now to do these two things because we wanted a few things to be in place. One, we wanted an established method for wastewater to be in place, and EPA came out with that towards the end of last year. We also wanted a schedule from EPA on when they were going to develop their criteria, and they came out with that last year. And we wanted those things to be in place because this data will be used to set limits, which may impose very expensive treatment requirements on facilities. And we wanted anything that we did to be defensible and that we could stand behind the data that we have. So that's what we're doing right now, is developing that plan. The there's a lot that goes into just that phase. One is making sure we have the proper authority to require of the discharges. Funding, we're looking to see whether or not we can potentially pay for some or all of that within the department. Need to identify which discharges need to sample, how often, provide training to the discharges on the sampling method, because this is the type of sample that can be easily contaminated because PFAS is so ubiquitous. We have to manage all that data. And then this is really the first time we've had to establish or bring into the toxics program a brand new toxic that was so ubiquitous. And so there's a lot that goes with it. And it's quite an increased workload to do that and to fit that into our normal compliance and permitting program. Next slide, please. And I will mention that, well, if you could go back, Susan, one more thing on this slide. So once EPA establishes their criteria, the steps for us would be to adopt those in rule. We have a toxics rule, chapter 584, that provides all of the criteria for toxics that we currently regulate and the provisions of how we implement that. And then we would then, once the toxic rule is established, and I'll mention that we take EPA's criteria, but they are modified specifically for Maine based on fish consumption rates that are unique to Maine. That drives the human health criteria in terms of how much water is consumed and how much fish are consumed. And EPA's criteria are for fish consumption are less stringent than Maine. So we would modify them to be Maine specific. And then once they are established in rule, we would then begin to apply them in waste discharge licenses, most likely through opening up people's permits and establishing them along entire riversheds together as one action, rather than dealing with individual licenses as they come up for renewal. And that's similar, all of that is similar to the approach we've used for other toxic substances in Maine. So I'm going to shift now to a different issue in terms of sampling that's been done in waters of the state. For several years, we have been conducting some fish tissue sampling for PFAS in both fresh waters and marine waters. And we've also done a little bit of ambient water column sampling. And we've done this through our SWAT program. This is our Surface Water Ambient Toxics program. It's been in place for quite a while, where we sample fish, shellfish, and ambient waters for toxics. And the Maine CDC has established a fish tissue action level of 34 parts per billion. And so this is the metric we're measuring the results against for the fish tissue that we're collecting. And then the other metric that we have to measure this against is the 20 parts per trillion drinking water threshold. And I'll just mention in terms of how this issue is evolving fairly quickly. We did a similar briefing for the Board of Environmental Protection back in October. And at that point, Maine CDC had 2 fish tissue action levels, one for the general population of 79 parts per billion, and one for sensitive populations of 34. They've eliminated the 79, and we're using the 34 across the board for all people in the state. And my understanding is they are continuing to study this, and this is a number that is subject to change in the future. So next slide, please. So in 2019 and 20, we sampled blue mussels and soft shell clams up and down the coast. Next slide, please. And in the soft shell clam, in the edible tissue, we did 3 sites, non-detect for 34 PFAS compounds, blue mussels, 23 sites, 10 PFAS compounds were detected just above the reporting limits. That would be single digits. And PFOS was below the Maine CDC fish tissue action level of 34 parts per billion. So there's some good news there in terms of the results compared to the fish tissue action level. Next slide, please. 19 and 20, we also did fish tissue sampling up and down throughout the state. Next slide, please. And all the results in these water bodies were below the fish tissue action level. Androscoggin, Half Moon Stream, Kentuskeg, Kennebec, Kennebunk, Penobscot, Salmon Falls, and St. Croix. Next slide, please. In 2020, though, there was 2 sites where we had results just above the fish tissue action level on the Penobscot River, 35.7 compared to 34. And on the Mousam, the levels were low in the upper rivershed, but down at Estes Lake at the bottom, they were 38.9 and 38 as a mean. So these are certainly 2 areas we're going to focus on more in the future and pay particular attention in terms of the effluent monitoring that would be required here. Next slide, please. In 2021, we did some lobster sampling all up and down the coast. 18 sites, 180 lobsters in total. This is preliminary data, but PFAS results for lobster muscle tissue were all below the 34 parts per billion. Again, this is preliminary data. Next slide, please. We also did marine fish sampling in 2021, striped bass, bluefish, pollock, and Atlantic silverside. Preliminary results, PFOS was below the fish tissue action level of 34. Again, preliminary data. Next slide, please. We also did freshwater fish sampling in 2021 from 18 sites, mostly in the Kennebec River drainage, with a focus on the Fairfield area where there's been the greatest known contamination from previous sludge spreading. We also collected samples on the Little Androscoggin, the Kennebunk, and in Estes Lake. That's one of the sites I mentioned previously that was just above the fish tissue action level. We don't have the results for that back yet from the lab. Next slide, please. And we also did one small round of water column sampling last year in the Kennebec River in Fairfield. We took samples above and below the Sappy Mill there, and the results were fairly low for the PFOS 6 that are used in the drinking water threshold. The results were 1 part per trillion, and for the 28 species of PFOS, there were 2 parts per trillion. That was a above and below sample. Next slide, please. And our plan for next year is to do additional freshwater and marine sampling funded by the SWAT program, and also some additional funding that we got from EPA to do ambient water and fish tissue sampling. And this plan will be developed in conjunction with the plan to do effluent sampling so that we have appropriate background levels to inform us when EPA establishes their ambient water quality criteria. And I believe that's the last slide. And both Suzanne and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both so much for that. Senator Bennett has his hand up for a question.
Yeah, a couple of questions, if I may, Madam Chair. One is just on this detail, this tissue action level. It's a kind of a strange term. And I guess one of the questions is, you said it was maybe moving, that number. It's 34 parts per billion. And how do we know that that level is safe for humans? How do we know it's safe for fish? And what is the action part of that fish tissue action level?
Sure. If I could, I think Dr. Smith may be available. No? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Dr. Smith had to drop off at 10 o'clock.
So my understanding of how CDC develops those fish tissue action levels is that's the level below which they would expect a negligible human health impact from consuming one fish meal, 1 8-ounce fish meal per week. And something that is related to that is people may say, well, if you have a number above that fish tissue action level, does it need a specific advisory for that particular water body. And I've discussed that with the toxicologists at CDC. Because we have an existing fish advisory in Maine for mercury, which is more stringent than what would be needed right now for those PFAS levels. If people are adhering to the mercury advisory level, which is no more than 2 fish meals per month for the general population, they would be protected by that existing advisory, and a new advisory is not needed at the current levels.
Okay, I've always been horrified that we can't eat, pregnant women can't eat fish in Maine. That's just awful, but I'll leave it to others, but I just wanted to say one other thing. I was really gratified by Commissioner Williams, your opening remarks. I mean, I appreciate the seriousness with you and your team of tackling this, and you've got a small staff, and I'm really impressed with the amount of information and your organizing around this.
Representative Dudera.
Hi, thank you. I agree. I mean, you know, this is breaking all our hearts, and it was good to hear, you know, how important this is to all of you too. And, you know, this briefing is proof of that. But my question, I just was really surprised, Mr. Kavanaugh, to hear you say PFAS is not considered a hazardous substance. So can you just explain that to me? And I'm sure it has something to do with the definition, but I just would like to hear why we're not considering it hazardous when we know it is. Thanks.
I don't think I said that. Maybe Suzanne mentioned something to that effect.
I can take that one. So yeah, it is really a definitional thing. So I think if I may have said hazardous substance, or I may have said hazardous waste. I can't remember which. So please correct me for being wrong if I said the wrong term. But a hazardous waste is really defined specifically, and usually there are certain criteria that have to be met, things like flammability and corrosiveness and all of that stuff. And if it doesn't meet one of those criteria, then it's listed as a specific chemical by the EPA. So it doesn't fit into the hazardous waste category right now. In terms of hazardous substances, I believe that is something that the EPA is currently working on. And I think they're going to make some kind of announcement either later this year or into 2023 for that. Hazardous substances it's another environmental term of art that can be used for things like cleanup sites. And so by designating it as a hazardous substance, you can better regulate how you manage PFAS at a cleanup site. So it doesn't fall into either of those categories at this point in time. So it really, which allows PFAS to be disposed of in a regular landfill. And it doesn't have to go to a special landfill at this point in time. But again, the caveat there is that, a regular landfill, seeing what's happening with this, might not be so excited about taking it because it's hard for them to manage it as well.
And if I may, point of clarification, it's not listed as a hazardous substance at the federal level, but last year the state of Maine did designate it as a hazardous substance. So it gives us some additional authorities, but the other federal authorities have not aligned with that yet.
Okay, can I just follow up just quickly? Would that be okay? Thank you.
Of course.
So if it were listed, it's listed as a hazardous substance in Maine, but it's not federally a hazardous substance, right? If it were listed as a hazardous substance federally, then our landfills that were not equipped to take it wouldn't be able to be taking it.
That would still be if it was a hazardous waste designation.
Yeah, hazardous waste, okay.
So for example, if it was designated as a hazardous waste, then potentially all of the wastewater in your septic tank would now constitute hazardous waste.
Oh, gotcha, because it's everywhere. Okay, thank you.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much for this presentation. It's very illuminating and somewhat scary in some ways. The 5 landfills that haven't presented their results, is there any repercussions? Is there any fining if they don't do this? What's forcing them to come forward?
I can tackle that one. So it's actually 4 that we don't have the results from yet. The 5th one didn't have all of the right PFAS compound. So I just want to clarify that because I think they tried, but they just didn't read the directions carefully. But either way, the bottom line is what we've done, what we typically do in a situation like this is we start off with phone calls and we, ask and ask and ask. So we know 3 of the 5 are responding and they are doing sampling now. That's what we've been told. If the other 2, we've already sent a letter out basically saying you must do this. Why that letter is important is because it'll set the framework for following up with any enforcement action if we need to follow up with that. I hope that's not the case. I hope that they do respond and they, comply. But that's the initial step towards enforcement.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
Sewage that was spread, sewage from septic tanks, sewage that are pumped out. Is that part of it? Do you know where all that goes? Porta potties and so forth. Is that all part of the mapping?
Yes. So the department does manage the disposal of septage, and we have licenses for that. That is part of the investigation. We're handling that separately because of the nature of that waste. It's a little different than sludge. We have, I think, 153 sites that are septage land application sites. Some septage isn't land applied. Some of it just goes, they'll take it to a wastewater treatment plant. So there's sort of a couple different ways you can manage that waste. But for the land application of septage, we are handling that as part of the investigation. And we are going to be doing that both jointly with staff doing that sampling as well as private contractors to handle that.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I'll wait to see if there's time later.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Commissioner, and your team. This was really helpful, and as my colleagues, others have identified, really eye-opening and, quite frankly, a little overwhelming with the magnitude of everything that you have to do. You've identified, I think, Commissioner, you identified that PFAS, isn't necessarily, or maybe one of your team identified that PFAS isn't necessarily everywhere, but I've been looking at some data from the environmental working group. And then there was a recent article in the Bangor Daily News with a couple of different maps that identified the magnitude of PFAS in the state of Maine, both in our soil and in our drinking water. And I know that we were able to allocate funds to help support the department in terms of addressing this enormous issue. I'm kind of just curious to understand, this is such a big problem. In what other ways can we support the department to address this? Because I feel like it's really an all hands on deck and it's everywhere. We've made some pretty good strides last session with the passage of LD 1600. And I know prior in the 129th, the task force addressed a lot of this. But as we learn more, we're learning how pervasive it really is. And I can only imagine how overwhelming that must feel for the department. So one question is, how can we better support the efforts to clean this up? I mean, I know in my own community, we have an organic community farm that is identified on one of the maps. And I'm not sure whether or not that's in the tier to be tested, but people go there. It's right by our ballpark. People go there to think this is a great plot of land that we can all use to grow our own food, and it's potentially contaminated. So that's troubling. And then secondarily, I'm curious if you can help me understand the status of LD 1433 in terms of the implementation of food packaging and why Maine is so far behind, because that's one thing that we can kind of try to do to address some of this. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. And as I think we all expressed, we very much appreciate the support from last year. It has made an enormous difference in what we've been able to do to help people when we discover contamination on their properties and in their drinking water. In terms of additional support, I will not work bills with you during this briefing, but there are a couple of important pieces of legislation you're going to be talking about this afternoon. Those are great ways to continue moving the ball forward. Additionally, I think that you'll see some requests in the supplemental budget that's still being put together by Governor Mills, and in particular, looking at ways that we can invest more in assisting farmers We're having conversations with our congressional delegation. And I think in terms of what you all can do to help, that's the same thing that you can push for too. I mean, we're talking about a scale of potential cost impacts that is far beyond what a state like Maine can bear on our own. There are kinds of assistance that these farmers need that certainly DEP is not an expert in providing. I mean, we're dealing with people that are experiencing trauma. The impact that is happening when you get that call and you find out that you can't grow on your land anymore. And it's as a result of activities that happened before you were ever there. It's just absolutely horrible. In terms of your question around food packaging, we waited a long time for the state of Washington to come out with their alternatives assessment. When that bill passed a few years ago, we thought that was going to be something we could rely on fairly readily. I believe it was just last year, they finally identified 4 types of food packaging that they found contain PFAS. We're in the process right now of contracting for a market analysis because in statute, it calls for safer alternatives to be available at a comparable cost and sufficient quantity. We heard a lot last year around debates regarding packaging in general, indicating that there are some questions about available supply, particularly now during times of COVID. But we are planning to move quickly to get that market analysis done, and then that would give us the criteria we need to move forward with the rulemaking to propose a potential ban on those 4 types of food packaging. And I mean, just, again, not to sugarcoat it, we're talking about food boats, for example. So, I mean, just last week, I went to the local restaurant and they provided me with a lovely dish of chili in a paper cup that did not get greasy or leak. And it was contained within a food boat that was shiny on the inside, that also contained all the grease and did not leak. And in all likelihood, we're well on our way to saying that those are prohibited products.
Just to follow up, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And I really appreciate the magnitude of all of this. Sincerely, I do. And I also am very grateful for the empathy I know you have for folks who are experiencing trauma around this very, very important issue. Do you have, given all that you said concerning food packaging, is there a ballpark estimation of when the department thinks it might be able to move forward in implementation of that legislation?
I'm hoping we'll have the market analysis done before the summer, and then we would have a proposed rule that we would be putting out for public comment this fall.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Commissioner Loisum or others, what are we doing right now? Are we still applying sludge to areas in Maine? Is that still happening, and how much of it is happening, and has it lessened?
That is a major topic of conversation in LD 1911. Right. So we may also want to talk about that more this afternoon, but there are much smaller volumes that are being spread since we required testing and prohibited application over screening levels starting in 2019, but there are still volumes of septage and sludge that are being land applied that could be potentially prohibited as a result of your legislative activities this year.
Thank you.
Senator Kearney.
Thank you. And Commissioner Loisum, I just want to echo everything that my colleagues have said about appreciating the work that you're doing. And the question I have relates to the treatment opportunities that you mentioned that we're working on. And I'm wondering if we were able to treat and trap PFAS, and again, I'm not sure what the technology is, but what kind of facility would we need to store that trapped PFAS until the technology enabled us to destroy it? And do we have any idea like what the volume of material is that we would need to store while we're waiting to figure out how to destroy it?
It would be an enormous volume. Just one of the waste streams that we would start to have to add up in terms of quantity, for example, would be the 200 or more drinking water treatment systems that have been installed in homes. Depending on the concentration of PFAS in people's water, those filters are being changed out 1 or more times a year, and all of those are going to contain PFAS that's been trapped that needs to be appropriately managed somehow. So if you wanted to store all of that before it could be disposed, that's going to add up pretty quickly. It would also be, all of the sludge and septage that's produced that contains PFAS, because there's no way to treat that other than hopefully through a system like Anson Madison is looking at. And I don't know at this point if they have an estimate of the volume of resin and filter waste that a facility like that is going to generate. But we're talking about extremely impracticably large volumes of material we'd have to store awaiting actual destruction.
Could I ask one follow-up, please?
Sure.
What's happening now with for example, the residential filters that are being replaced every year?
They go to landfill.
Thank you.
Representative Ziegler?
Yes, is there anything on the future on the manufacturers of PFAS that would be putting some money to take the onus off the taxpayer going forward? Are there any class action suits? And just a quick one too, in regards to filtration of irrigation water for people who are growing vegetables and so forth, you can mitigate the soil over a bit of time by other plants. And if you filter the irrigation water, would that make then they could raise agricultural produce without the issue of PFAS, or would it be prohibitively expensive to set up that kind of system?
All right, I'm going to take your last question first. In terms of plant uptake, there are a lot of studies going on about the potential for vegetative remediation of contaminated soils. Different plants take up the compounds at different rates. I think we've talked about hay and corn in the past, for example, but ultimately that would be something that we hope is actually feasible and effective. Because we're talking about, entire farm fields. It would be wonderful if there was a way to, over time, have the plants take up some of that mass of the compounds in a way that stabilizes them and gets it out of the soil. And then to your first question, the department and Department of Agriculture are supporting the Maine Attorney General's office as they're looking at filing a potential case against the actual chemical manufacturers. There is evidence that the manufacturers knew that these compounds would be persistent in the environment and could be harmful to human health. And so that is an avenue that we're going to be aggressively pursuing.
I brought over Nancy McBrady from ACF, hoping that perhaps you might be able to address the question about farm soil remediation and irrigation water as it relates to crop production.
Sure. Good morning, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of this committee. Thank you for having me this morning. While I was coming through the portal, I am assuming that Commissioner Loisem gave an excellent response. So I'm not quite sure what she said. However, yes, to the question from Representative Ziegler, first, the Department of Agriculture is in a position to assist farmers who have irrigation water sources or sources, say in their barn, that exceed the interim drinking water standard, and we can provide a water filtration system for them. And to your question about soil remediation, in reality, what we're finding is that there are some crops that may be able to tolerate PFAS contamination such that the ultimate product is below action thresholds and therefore are safe for consumption. For instance, we understand that corn kernels do not appear to be taking up PFAS in them, and so therefore are a much safer and useful product to utilize for fodder for livestock than obviously continuing to utilize hay, which would actually be unsafe. So we are proceeding with some field studies around that, but more needs to be done for confirmation about alternative crops. There's also studies that are showing that other types of seed containing fruits, such as cucumbers, strawberries, tomatoes, are more tolerant and therefore are I know it sounds weird to say more tolerant, but they are less impacted by PFAS contamination and therefore are more likely to be safely grown and consumed. So we, and when I say we, it's somewhat of the royal we, Maine CDC, DEP, and DACF are working to advance those field studies, but more needs to be done to really determine what can be safely grown in these farms. It's all case by case. What is the level of contamination in those soils? And what do we believe can be safely grown there? And is it financially possible to support the farmers to make that transition? Going from hay to corn is not necessarily an easy process. Different equipment is needed, prepping the land is needed. So there's different maintenance and management that is required in making these transitions. The department is very thankful for the support that the legislature provided last year. We are in a position to start thinking through how to financially support these farms, and we're attempting to ramp up some structure around these types of support mechanisms. And like I said, it is very much a case-by-case situation at present.
Senator Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Loisem, I know this is a moving target, but what is your best estimate currently of the global cost to the state for the mitigation and treatment, et cetera, that we are currently planning and envisioning?
It is very much a moving target. I think our best guess is going to be what we are spending in terms of treatment, and then probably multiply that out. I mean, as Suzanne mentioned, our costs are increasing exponentially. So, probably somewhere on the order of 10, 20 million a year, potentially, easily. Hopefully, we're about to find the worst of it, and then everything will be better from there. We hope for the best and prepare for the worst, I guess, but these are numbers we can't even begin to really reliably estimate yet at this point.
And that number is just with an indefinite future of who knows how long that will go, but that's just the cost for the state remediation. It doesn't involve the costs borne by private citizens trying to deal with the loss of value, et cetera. Have you looked at that number at all, or has anybody in state government tried to assess that?
I think we're thinking about it from a back of the envelope perspective at this point. You could look at any one of the properties that has already been publicly known as impacted and estimate some reduction in the value of that property overall, and then multiply that out by how many other properties like that we think we might encounter. And that's not a human health cost.
Yeah, right, exactly. What is your back of the envelope on that former one relating to property values?
We have not had anyone, it would be a question about, do you assume complete loss? Do you assume that a property is entirely unmarketable? And so $250,000 property is now a $0 property? We don't know. We haven't had somebody try to do that kind of appraisal for us.
Yeah, who do you think the best authority would be to keep, to do that calculation? I know it's inaccurate, but I just think it's useful to have that somebody working on that part of the issue.
We do have experience doing work like that in our oil remediation program. It was actually built into the oil fund and, the laws around groundwater protection. And that's practice that's been done in the past on a case-by-case basis for properties where we hire an appraiser and, they provide us with a, current market estimate of the property, the value taking into consideration the contamination.
Thank you. I just, in closing this line, I just wanted to say, I think that this is an important thing to do, because I know the Attorney General is working, as you mentioned, on bringing probably a class action lawsuit, and in which case we really do need to have some assessment of damages for the people of Maine, and inclusive of property values, remediation issues with the state, and obviously the health issues too. So I would ask, that maybe we can work on that part too, in a more disciplined fashion. And if I can assist in that, please let the committee know. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. To Nancy McBrady, I have a question about, you talk about the uptake of the possible uptake of PFAS by these plants, by, let's say, corn, but ultimately it's not getting rid of the PFAS. It may not be in the corn kernels, but it would still be in the plant. I guess my point of my question is, there is no known at this point remediation of destruction of PFAS in soil at this point. It's merely removing it or putting it in, concentrating it in some kind of filtration system, et cetera. Is that a correct assumption, or is there some possibility of actually destroying PFAS?
You are correct, Representative. At this point in time, there is no known feasible way to remove and destroy PFAS from the soil. And if there is lessened uptake in certain parts of a plant, there still remains the stalks and whatnot, the biomass that retains it. So it is not a solved area of science right now, unfortunately.
So any of these options are just about maybe making use of a contaminated site is essentially what and it will remain contaminated throughout its life. It's not really, there's not enough corn that's going to pull up all the PFAS in the soil.
Right. And there are, very early studies around whether hemp might provide some type of remediation, or if there are other type of I'm forgetting the correct terminology, but fungus or other type of bioremediation, but that is very nascent in its studies right now, and there's a long way to go for that. The balance right now, Representative, is trying to determine whether or not a farm can remain viable by producing something that is safe for consumption. And to be clear, if sludge may have been spread at a site, it doesn't necessarily always mean it was all four corners of the farm. There are acreage, hopefully, that remain either completely non-detect or at levels that we believe can safely grow products for animal or human consumption. So we're trying to find on that spectrum at a farm where the safest areas are to continue farming and remain viable.
And may I follow up with that, please, related to the testing? So would you test would you do monitoring? Would you have monitoring wells to see how that PFAS from, let's say, a quarter of the field that was spread with sludge, how does it spread throughout the rest of the farmland? Is that just a hydrogeological question?
We're doing a lot of characterization on sites, whether it's soil or water. So we will take surface water samples, we will take surface water samples, and then a number of composite soil samples across the entire farm in order to get as clear an understanding of where things are at the site. And we also test the fodder or the feed that the farmer might have on hand at the point in time, and also test any products that they have in storage, for instance, during the winter. So trying to get as complete an understanding of where things stand at this point in time. And then in working with a farm next summer, if changes have been made to only concentrate activities in one particular area that we believe are safer, we would then be testing those products to determine that. So it is a continual methodology right now to ensure that our predictions are bearing out correctly or not.
Great, thank you so much.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to underscore Senator Bennett's comments in terms of holding the manufacturers to account, and just want to say that I agree 100%. I think we already, I think, are aware of what an enormous undertaking this is for the state of Maine. And again, as I said earlier, the more that we discover where PFAS is, the more we realize it's kind of everywhere. So I support that avenue. But I'm curious, I think it was Mr. Kavanaugh who, perhaps I'm mistaken, who referenced, and maybe the commissioner as well, the fact that we're providing bottled water to folks who know that their water has been contaminated by PFAS. And I'm curious, given how pervasive this is, I'm curious where this bottled water is coming from. I'm going to make an assumption that it's coming from our own Poland Spring, which is great. However, has that water been tested, and how do we assure that it's being safe for folks to drink?
Melody, do you want me to answer that one? Yeah, okay. So we are testing the water prior to distribution. We have some contracts in place with a couple different distributors right now. And one of the requirements for getting on that list is that they need to submit to us a lab results that the water has been tested. So my understanding is that they've been tested. And so, yeah, I think that answered the question.
Just to follow up, if I may. So then, again, I'm just checking in with my assumption on what I heard, Ms. Miller. Is it safe to assume that the bottled water that folks are receiving is not contaminated with PFAS?
I think it is safe to assume that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Just a question about testing. It seems like testing is going to be very important, just like it became extremely important with COVID response. Do you have enough testing capability, or do you see a problem with that? And is that something we can help you with?
Thank you for that question, Representative Bloom. There is an analysis of our potential analytical needs that's going on right now, and consideration of what we might need to request in a supplemental budget measure to help with that, because we do have concerns with the increasing turnaround time for the laboratories that we're using. There are not a lot of laboratories in the country with certification to meet the testing requirements that we have. It would be great to see that analytical capacity expand. So we are looking at options to support that.
I have a couple questions for both of you before we finish up. I'm wondering if we could dive in a little bit around what kind of indemnity fund might be created for these crop producers that are starting to find themselves in this tragic space of realizing that their operations are probably no longer viable on the land that they're on. And I'm wondering if you guys could also speak a little bit to the relationship between the three departments, the CDC, Ag Conservation and Forestry, and DEP, in terms of how the farmers are engaging with the three of you, and if there is the need for any kind of role for a liaison for farmers to manage the conversation between the three departments. Yeah, those are my first two questions.
I'm happy to speak to that, and Commissioner Loisem, if you'd like to add, please do so. To address your second question first, Senator, the difficulty of responding to a farmer who is undergoing all of the horrible emotions and fears that Commissioner Loisem spoke to earlier, is that we are three separate agencies with different processes and different attributes. And so while our Department of Agriculture has field agents who immediately go and speak to the farmer, talk to them about what PFAS is, learn about their farm, understand their operations, can take initial samples, they themselves are not toxicologists. And so in order to interpret the results and also talk about personal health concerns, those need to then go to our toxicology team over at Maine CDC. And then if there are other additional tests that need to be done by the Department of Environmental Protection relative to LD 1600 and testing those areas of land application, now we're talking with 3 different agencies and 3 different people at the very least. So I can understand how that can become overwhelming and frustrating. And we have been talking internally about trying to find ways to better streamline and better manage. And we don't necessarily have a solution to that yet, because that person is somewhat needing to wear 3 hats very comfortably and very proficiently, which doesn't necessarily exist right now. And I mean, we certainly are trying to tell these folks, you know, call us at any time, we will make time for you, and yet it's not a perfect system. So it's certainly something that we are open to feedback on, and how to streamline better. We're going to have to, because we're going to have more farms. And we just want to avoid prolonging the situation that they may find themselves in of having to navigate different phone numbers and different people. And that's just a hard ask for them. Commissioner Loisem, is there anything that I've forgotten to mention or you would add to that?
No, I guess I would reiterate what Director McBrady has said, is that it's definitely something that we've been talking about and trying to figure out what's the most efficient way to be able to interact, particularly with the impacted farmers. And I guess I would say, you know, adding another person or another entity to the mix of already, you know, 3 agencies doesn't necessarily make things more efficient. And one single individual probably is not going to be able to hold the hand of every single person who's impacted and scared in the state either. But between our 3 agencies, you know, the people that you're seeing today are talking to one another at least once a week, probably every day, really. Because we're all doing so much with this. You know, I think the Department of Agriculture is probably the best touchstone for those in the agricultural community who are impacted. It is, you know, their driving mission to provide support for those entities, and DEP and DACF and CDC, you know, do what we can to support them and give them the information they need and to address the concerns of the farmers. But I think they've been good representatives and care a lot about this industry.
To speak to your first question, Senator, about indemnification, we are beginning to build out an indemnification structure for non-livestock producers, and I can speak to why that matters in a moment. But essentially, you know, we are beginning to work with produce farmers. And our initial thinking right now is providing them with an indemnification for all product losses for a full season, and to determine a way to provide them with that funding. This could also be given to livestock producers who are prevented from selling their livestock while trying to deprecate or detoxify the animals. We do have an example of having already worked with one farmer who had dairy and beef cattle, and who agreed to voluntarily surrender the animals to us because of the heightened level of contamination. We humanely euthanized those animals and provided that producer with the value of the animals. So we indemnified them for that. So we have a model that we can build upon. But you know, that is not ideally where we want to be going with livestock producers. We want to be able to find a path forward for these animals to become quickly deprecated and more and safe for ultimate consumption. So with the funding that was provided by the legislature last year, we are putting together a indemnification model for those immediate losses, upwards to probably 1 year's worth of losses. But I would like to pivot to Senator Bennett's point, in that that's just 1 year at most, right? There's so much more specific to these farms that could be at loss. And so I think there is an opportunity here at a state policy level to really dig into what is that ultimate loss for homeowners and business owners, and should there be some additional mitigation, so to speak, for that loss for property values, et cetera. That is not something we here at the Department of Agriculture have been able to contemplate just yet. And we do wonder if there's a role for that more broad, all-encompassing contemplation of trying to make impacted people, whether farmers or homeowners, more whole as a result of this.
So my last question is about the handful of produce growers who have found themselves with the knowledge of PFAS in their soils and water. My understanding is, and there were a couple more last week who had discovery as a result of self-testing on their own, sending their own samples off with the help of a third-party non-governmental agency. So the produce growers that we know about so far, those folks have all self-tested and they are not in this tier 1 category. Is that correct?
I believe
that. Suzanne.
At least one of them is. I'm not sure about the others. Nancy, were you gonna say something?
Yes, I believe that is so. I think that one was, but tested rather than wait for
okay,
the sampling to kick off.
Okay, so that gives me cause for concern, because it just makes me wonder how far down those tiers we get before we start to get bad, we stop getting bad news. So it feels like the extent of the problem seems, it feels very uncertain as to the extent of the problem on this farmland. And then I'm wondering, how quickly do we reach out to the neighboring homeowners whose drinking water is from their well about the contamination of their neighboring farm, so that they can start to be using bottled water while they're waiting for their own water test?
I don't have a good answer for that, and I know that's something we're working on. Just today, I asked that same question to find out more about what we can do better on that front. It seems like we may have a little bit of a delay, and I want to try to figure out how to fix that.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else from the committee have any further questions? I'm just so grateful to have all of you working so hard on this issue and being willing to come and share what you've been up to and how we're doing and what we need, and for the transparency. Thank you. Representative Dudera?
Yes, sorry to just pipe up again, but along those lines, this is such a huge problem. There's so many facets to it. It's so critically important. Will we be having, or can we schedule another report just to follow up on some of these things with the department, maybe in a month and a half or something? I know our schedule's only going to get busier, but the question that you just asked, Senator Brenner, about when you contact the neighbors, I mean, most people on this call know that I sell real estate. And so that part of my brain is just thinking about this and the implications. And I'd like to, follow up with them and just see what's happening in terms of what is happening around these properties that are already identified. But, in my mind, you find a material defect with the property, something that can affect somebody else, and you let them know immediately. So these kinds of things, I just think, I'd like to keep finding out what's going on. So I'm just bringing up, perhaps we could schedule a check-in in a month and a half or a month or something. It's just an idea.
I'm sure the commissioner and the director would be willing to rejoin us at another time for an update.
We could certainly do that if the committee would like us to do so. I would say that we anticipate that we are going to be extremely busy dealing with the properties as we are discovering them. And so, we could spend hours upon hours upon hours over the course of this session talking to you about everything that's going on with PFAS. So we took 2 hours this morning and in the time we were supposed to spend an hour. So just consider yourselves warned.
Thanks, all of you, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Everybody ready to switch gears to our transportation roadmap? All right. I am going to bring in Director Pingree. And I believe Brian Hubble. Welcome. Did you
Good
get
morning, Senator. I'm just confirming Jeff Morrison
okay.
as well as Jess Scott. And I think that the Commissioner Loisem was also going to stay on for questions. We might have used up all her time, but just.
All right. I'm not sure if she left on her own or if I threw her out of the room, but she's gone for now. But if she comes back,
we'll text her. I think she was prepared in case any questions came up because there are certainly some DEP regulations implicated. So
okay. And
tell me, are you ready for us?
Did you want Brian Hubble also?
He's fine either way. He's here to observe and help. So
okay, I can bring him over if you need it, but we'll hold off for now. Welcome.
Okay, great. Well, Senator Brenner, Representative Tucker, members of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, it's great to see you. Hopefully everyone is, hopefully you're not feeling sore this morning from all the shoveling as I am, but I appreciate your time and attention. Hopefully this will be a little quicker than PFAS, but I think that we are here to really have Jeff from the Cadmus Group give you an overview of a study that we completed called the Clean Transportation Roadmap. I will not spend a lot of time introducing it, but just to remind you, the Maine Climate Council, one of our major strategies is to reduce emissions from transportation. One of the specific items listed as a part of that strategy was to do what many other states have done, which is to look at the policies the state of Maine needs to make progress to electrify our transportation systems and also reduce vehicle miles traveled. So as a part of that, the Governor's Energy Office, the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, the Future, where I am from, and I failed to introduce myself, so sorry about that. DOT, DEP, and the Efficiency Maine Trust, we all collaborated on this clean transportation roadmap. As you will hear, we also talked to lots of stakeholders involved in these issues from around the state of Maine. And most specifically, we got the Cadmus Group, who has done these kinds of studies in other states, to really do a review of where we are in Maine and provide the state with recommendations about how to move forward. So without any more, I will pass it off to Jeff. As you will see in his presentation, it does provide some overview education. I know some folks may have heard that in the EUT committee just last week. Jeff also did a presentation for Representative Bloom and the Coastal and Climate Caucus. But I think obviously this is our most important committee when it comes to climate policy. So I'm thrilled that you made time this morning, and I will pass it off to Jeff. He'll go through the presentation, and Melanie and I will be here also to help with questions about what's next. But with that, pass it off to Jeff, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah, and good morning. I'm Jeff Morrison, as Hannah said. I'm from the Cadmus Group, and I'm sharing my screen here. Let me know if you can see this, please.
I see it.
Great. So just a quick introduction. to the Clean Transportation Roadmap. The consultant team there is listed at the top, Cadmus along with E2 Tech. We had close coordination with the steering committee, several agencies, as Hannah mentioned. We also had an advisory group that included industry, government, and nonprofit organizations throughout Maine. And then we had several chances of public input throughout the development. And the images up there at the top just show some of the, similar recent clean transportation planning documents we've created for other states and cities. So the agenda today, we're going to talk just really quickly about the origins of the roadmap. I'm going to provide an overview of the roadmap itself, and then our recommendations that came out of the roadmap. And these are Cadmus's recommendations to the state based on all our analysis and our basically what we're seeing in other states as well. And then just a couple quick slides on funding and then key takeaways. So in total, I have 30 slides, though the first half will be really pretty quick, and then the second half will take a little bit longer. But I'll definitely give plenty of time for Q&A, and please stop me along the way if you have any questions. So the origins of the roadmap are fairly straightforward. Maine Won't Wait came out in December 2020 and specifically called for a clean transportation roadmap. I'm sure you're all well aware of this climate action plan. There's 4 broad goals in Maine Won't Wait: reduce Maine's greenhouse gas emissions, increase resilience to climate impacts, foster economic opportunity and prosperity, and advance equity. And so within I guess achieving those goals, there's these 8 strategies, and that very first one, embrace the future of transportation in Maine, is really the focal point of our clean transportation roadmap. So within this strategy A, there's 3 sort of what Maine Won't Wait calls approaches. And those are accelerate the transition to electric vehicles, increase fuel efficiency and alternative fuels, and reduce vehicle miles traveled. So these 3 are kind of the, again, the focus of our clean transportation roadmap. I'll just point out that, that number 1 there, transition to electric vehicles, definitely gets the most sort of page space in our clean transportation roadmap. And there's some reasons for that, which I can go into in just a second. Maine Won't Wait also has several metrics and targets, specifically the greenhouse gas emission targets, renewable portfolio standard targets for the state's electricity grid, and then several transportation specific targets, which is kind of like the starting point for our clean transportation roadmap. So these targets are on the number of zero emission vehicles, and also reduction in vehicle miles traveled over time within the state. So this is kind of the starting point. And then one last slide just for the sort of context here. This is Maine's transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions in million metric tons per year. And a couple items to note here. Transportation in the state is 54% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions, so it's the largest contributor. Light duty cars and trucks account for 60% of the state's transportation emissions. Those are the 2 large wedges at the bottom there. Heavy duty vehicles is also another large component, and then aviation and other are also shown. Other includes things like pipeline emissions, boats, and locomotives. So overall, the emissions, there has been some variation over time, but but fairly close to about 8 million metric tons is where the sector is. Okay, so that's sort of the origins of the roadmap. Now we'll talk about the roadmap itself. This is what the front cover looks like of the Clean Transportation Roadmap. This was released a little over a month ago. And you know, if we boiled it down into just 3 bullets, that's what you could say. So it describes the current activities around clean transportation in the state. It proposes 16 new programs for the state and local government and electric utilities. And then it estimates future electric vehicle populations, charging needs, and costs. And as I mentioned, this is fairly EV focused. You can tell by the cover photo there. That's a focus. And you know, what we're seeing in other states and is pretty evident in Maine as well, is that electrification of transportation is really kind of going to give you the biggest bang for the buck in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. And the other sort of strategies around you know, some of the other alternative fuels and reducing vehicle miles traveled, those have a lot of other important you know, benefits for society. In terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, though, the EVs is what it looks like is really going to reduce emissions the greatest. So with that in mind, you know, just one slide here on vehicle miles traveled, and really our Clean Transportation Roadmap tries to highlight several ongoing programs and also programs that are just now getting off the ground. And there's a pretty sizable list kind of at the front of the Clean Transportation Roadmap. This is just a couple examples though. So the DOT has several programs around increasing transit use and increasing active transportation in the state. And then similarly, you know, local jurisdictions like GPCOG have a similar set of kind of broad goals and are tackling it in those different transportation options in a variety of ways. Okay, so now the next few slides are all on electric vehicles. And so some of this is, again, like Hannah said, a little bit more of, you know, educational. Some of it is going to be some of the modeling we've done for Maine. So again, please stop me at any time if there are questions. A few notable national trends in electric vehicles to mention: declining costs. So, you know, today electric vehicles are still a little bit more expensive up front than a comparable gasoline vehicle. On a total cost of ownership, however, you know, certain drivers are definitely saving money with electric vehicles. And I guess the good news is that the upfront cost piece is coming down very quickly with the help of declining battery costs. And you know, once we reach that cost parity, sometime in about, you know, the next 4 or 5 years is what most people think, then the cost of electric vehicles are going to continue declining, and so that sort of incremental advantage of EVs over gasoline vehicles will continue improving. So that's a good story. Greater consumer acceptance. We're seeing that that consumers are becoming more sort of favorable towards electric vehicles. 30% of vehicle buyers in the US said that their next vehicle would be an electric vehicle, and 70% said they're open to buying an EV at some point. And so these numbers are higher than just even a couple of years ago. We're also seeing increasing electric vehicle manufacturing capacity. Automakers are investing, they're putting steel in the ground for new facilities. and that is providing some certainty that we know that the vehicles are coming. Similarly, there's going to be greater vehicle availability. Just this year, we're going to be seeing some electric pickup trucks, which has been a missing segment of the market, for the last 10 years. And just a greater diversity of makes and models of electric vehicles that sort of reflect the consumers' preferences for vehicle types. And then finally, a trend we need to mention is the supply chain disruptions that are happening in the vehicle market. These are happening for both electric vehicles and conventional vehicles. The vehicle market is still very constrained right now. It's difficult to get any vehicle. However, in the next year or so, most analysts think that these supply chain disruptions will ease, and we'll see a normalization of the vehicle prices. Just to put a finer point on a couple of those last key trends, I mentioned the automaker commitments, and this is just an example from a recent publication that shows kind of all these major automakers and their intention for electrifying over the next 10 years or so. So some have said they're going to go all the way to 100% electric vehicles. That's the only thing they're going to offer. Others have promised to have a certain number of makes and models by a certain year. But what we're seeing is really a pretty monumental shift in how automakers are looking at the future. And with these commitments, we know that the vehicles are coming, and so it's sort of up to us to kind of prepare for that. In terms of the makes and models that are available in the U.S., right now Maine has 40 electric vehicle models available, and not every dealership in Maine will have an electric model, but that number of available models is increasing each year. Right now, California has the most makes and models at 65. Okay, so here's a little bit of analysis that's included in the Clean Transportation Roadmap. I would say this is kind of a central figure in the entire roadmap. This drives other discussion later on in the roadmap. This is the number of projected light-duty electric vehicles in the state out to 2035 under a couple different scenarios. So the graph on the left is the new registrations. So these are kind of new, you can think of these as like new sales in the state. And then the right-hand side is the vehicle stock. So this is the total cumulative vehicle population in the state. So the two curves kind of move together, the two figures move together. And if you pressed me, I think I'd say Maine is the most likely sort of trajectory for Maine here is somewhere between that orange and blue line in both of the left and the right figures. And I guess the point here is that today Maine has a little over 6,500 electric vehicles total, so a pretty small number. But if you look at the figure on the right, the cumulative stock of EVs, just within the next 10 years or so, we're expected to be in the hundreds of thousands of electric vehicles. And so this is a pretty major change from where we are today. Okay, two quick slides on charging. I've talked a lot about the vehicles. Charging is also, an important component. So the kind of important thing to know, probably most people are familiar with this, but just in case you're not, charging is usually defined by the power level. And so there's level 1, level 2, and then fast charging, or sometimes called level 3. And the important point here is that, level 1, level 2, these are fairly low cost charging solutions, and these work really well in homes. And then the fast chargers are, primarily what you want along your corridors, and similar to kind of a gas station model where you come in for a little while, refuel, and then keep going. The fast chargers are considerably more expensive, and at least right now, they tend to lose money, and so they require some level of public support. At some point here in the next decade, though, there's expected to be enough utilization of these fast chargers, enough customers coming throughout the day, that they will be economically viable. One more slide on charging. This is from Efficiency Maine's strategic plan. The figure on the left shows the current stations, both the level 2 and the level 3 or fast chargers in the state. And then the figure on the right is the planned sort of priority areas of the state. And you can see starts mostly in the sort of eastern and northern part of the state, and in this fiscal year, and sort of moves back towards Portland in future years. Okay, so that's some of the content that's in the Clean Transportation Roadmap. I encourage you to look at a lot of the other content in there as well. Out of this, like I said, we had 16 recommendations for the state and local governments, and that's what I'm going to go through right now. And I apologize, these just are listed. There's a lot more context in the roadmap itself. The sort of EV or electric vehicle programs that we recommend are here, and some are focused on the vehicles, some are focused on the charging, some are focused on the sort of education and awareness. All of these are barriers that the public sector can help overcome. The two programs up at the top there, Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks, are the really two kind of maybe highest priority recommendations, at least from Cadmus's perspective, for the state. Both of these programs are essentially requirements on the automakers, and so each year the automakers have to sell a certain number of cars or trucks, depending on which program we're talking about. And the sort of beauty of these programs is, rather than throwing a lot of incentive money at the automakers or at the consumers, that under these programs, the automakers are basically the ones figuring out the pricing and meeting the EV sales requirements. Okay, another set of recommendations out of the roadmap are for public and active transportation, transit villages, including the transit-oriented development, bike and ped investment, and marketing awareness campaigns. These are sort of expansions of what's already in place right now. And then a final set of recommendations are specific to the utility or efficiency main trust programs. And these include demand charge reliefs, utility side make-ready infrastructure, time of use rates, and again, marketing and awareness campaigns. And I'm happy to kind of get into any of these specific recommendations a bit more. This is a long list, and this is not a recommendation for a program, but more of a recommendation for future research for the state. So we realized there were some gaps in either data or coordination while we developed the roadmap, and so we have a pretty good list of sort of next steps, next directions for similar types of research. Okay, so from those recommendations, we did some calculations on funding, and so that's what these next two slides are on. And specifically, we looked at funding for charging infrastructure, and that's what we're talking about here. So charging infrastructure, there are some existing funds for the state for charging infrastructure, specifically $8 million from the main jobs and recovery plan, $19 million from the federal bipartisan infrastructure bill, and this is the sort of designated formula funding. There are opportunities for Maine to compete with other states to get other charging money, and that's that third bullet there. Kind of the biggest pot for charging is specifically that $2.5 billion in competitive EV charging grant. And then down at the bottom, there's also the $2 million from the New England Clean Energy Connect, with the potential for $8 million more. So we looked at these funding streams for charging now and over the next few years, and we said, okay, based on the sort of electric vehicle population that we think is coming to the state in the next 5 or so years, does this level of funding cover the charging that's needed? And that's where we got to this this graphic here. This shows the total investment needed for public charging and then residential charging in orange for the state out to 2025. And you can see that it increases every year. That increases because the electric vehicle population is also projected to rise in that time. And I should point out that this is the sort of total investment needed. We're not saying in the roadmap that this is the investment that's needed from the state of Maine. However, as I mentioned, things like fast charging, you really do need to invest public funds. Otherwise, no private investor is just going to put those chargers in the ground. Okay, so that's charging, and then one additional slide on the vehicle side. And I apologize, this is a little difficult to look at. There's a lot going on this slide, but I guess what's important here is that the state of Maine already has a low-income electric vehicle incentive program that's run through Efficiency Maine. What we're recommending here is expanding that low-income program so that the people who are buying electric vehicles more closely match the general population. So right now, most electric vehicle buyers are high income. They tend to be at the $100,000 a year in their household or above. So they're generally high income, and they don't really reflect the average consumer. This low income program would look to shift that so that the electric vehicle buyers more closely match the the general consumer. And to do this program would require additional funding from the state. However, there are a lot of benefits to doing such a program, which we're happy to get into. Okay, so last slide on key takeaways. So out of all of this, if we boil down our key takeaways, this would be the set. So I mentioned the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Truck regulations. These are very transformative policies, and they create a very strong long-term market signal to everyone involved in the vehicle market that EVs are coming. And notably, they sort of place the burden for electrifying and to getting more and more EVs on the road. They place that burden on automakers and not the state in terms of incentive dollars. So they're very attractive from sort of multiple dimensions here. The second item there, demand charge mitigation. As I mentioned, the fast charges especially are very expensive. The electricity demand charges are one of the primary components of that costs. And a lot of states right now are sort of taking action to reduce those demand charges. And so our recommendation is there needs to be some type of way to compensate the people who are building the chargers for that demand charge. The third item is policies to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And as I mentioned, these types of policies tend to have a longer implementation time. So they might take 5 or 10 years just to get set up. They generally don't have quite as large a greenhouse gas reduction impact, but they have a lot of other societal benefits. And then finally on funding, as we showed in the last couple slides, both the chargers and the vehicle program, the low-income vehicle rebate program that we're recommending, there is some funding in place, but additional funding is likely needed, especially a couple of years from now when the vehicle population is set to grow. Okay, so I think that's it, and I think we are happy to take any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Representative Tucker has a question.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Director Pingree. During the presentation, Jeff mentioned something, an issue that's coming up later today, and that is carbon neutrality. And my question is, how would a climate neutrality goalpost by 2045 assist us in coordinating all the pieces of this puzzle? I want to know how that is useful in this endeavor.
Representative Tucker, I've also got Commissioner Loisem out there to maybe help with that one. I guess I would say the carbon neutrality pledge, it's important to understand that it is separate from our emission reduction goals. So we still have the 2030 and 2050 emission reduction goals are gross emission reduction goals that are required regardless. 2045 sort of helps to encourage greater sequestration so that as we get close to 2050, that last 20%, we have a inventory and we are sequestering that other 20%, if not more. So I think in a way it's actually more a helpful goalpost as we think about natural and working lands, about natural climate solutions, because regardless, we have to meet these emission reduction goals. So I think they're both beneficial to thinking about our climate goals. Honestly, Maine is a a regional leader in the amount of trees we have, the amount of lands that are sequestering carbon. So I don't know, Melanie, would you add anything to that? You maybe have a different way of thinking about it that better relates to this work.
No, I think you covered it. I guess I would simply say that reducing transportation emissions is about reducing gross emissions.
I see. And so the carbon neutrality is more important in looking at the sequestration angle rather than the driving angle. Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, good morning. One question and one statement. On the rebates right now, are they on the amount of vehicles that are sold? As I understand it, Tesla, you can't get a federal rebate or a state rebate on that because they've sold so many. And if so, what are we looking at going forward for the federal rebates to stop, as more and more vehicles are sold, especially when Ford comes on with its 150. I foresee a lot of sales there. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, it's an excellent question, Representative Ziegler, and I bet Jeff can help fill in. I mean, I think we were, the Build Back Better bill, which was before Congress, which is obviously has not passed and it's unclear what its future will be, had a overhaul of the federal tax rebate. It was going to increase it to $12,500. It was going to reform the way the rebate worked so that it would apply to all automakers. It might have even been refundable, which would have been helpful. That is unclear what its future will be. Maine's EMT rebate is it's a direct vehicle rebate on all types of vehicles, so it doesn't expire based on the number of vehicles sold, but it does have caps based on the price of the vehicle, which I actually think has meant it didn't apply to at least some Teslas on the market. Jeff, help me out on that if that's accurate.
Yep, that's all accurate, Hannah. And the cap on the current federal incentive is 200,000 vehicles. So Tesla's gone through that a long time ago. General Motors is also done with that. So, I mean, you make a good point that that federal incentive is going to be dwindling here unless the Build Back Better plan is passed.
And are used EVs, they don't get a rebate, do they? And I think that,
I apologize.
well, I think that's counterintuitive because if you're looking for people with low income, usually they don't buy new vehicles, they buy used vehicles. And the other thing I just want to make is a statement because the other day there was a fellow legislator who said, these free charging stands, people think that the fast charging or the charging units are free because it sounds that way, because they're often in front of restaurants who pay that. And so there's a little bit of pushback, and I wish you'd get the word out that if you use them, somebody pays, not ratepayers, not taxpayers, because they're looking at EVs as something that's gaming the system.
Yeah, Representative Ziegler, excellent point. So that came up in the EUT committee, just a FYI for those. I know Senator Brenner drives an EV. The vast majority of EV charging in the state of Maine, you do put your credit card in, you pay via your phone. There are very few truly free chargers. I mean, they exist. LL Bean offers some, other private businesses offer them, so the business is paying it. So there's no sort of free, there's no sort of place where the ratepayer is paying instead of the electric vehicle person. And again, the vast majority, especially of fast chargers that we now have, you're paying. When I stop at the Kennebec charging station at the new charge point chargers, you pay per kilowatt hour added to your vehicle. Jeff, do you want to clarify on the used vehicle? I actually can't recall. I know that we have had conversations with Efficiency Maine about used vehicles and the rebates available. They're available for right now for electric vehicles as well as plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. There's two different rates. There's an enhanced municipal and low-income rebate in the state of Maine at this point. Where obviously this report specifically makes recommendations on keeping that and enhancing that low-income rebate. And I would just say that many people in Maine buy used vehicles, and really making a robust market for electric and plug-in hybrid used vehicles would be important for Maine. And so we are thinking about that. Efficiency Maine is thinking about that. Obviously, right now, there are not that many used electric vehicles out there because there just aren't that many in the world. But I do think that that's incredibly important for the future, especially a state like Maine, where lots of folks buy used cars.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'll add to that, Hannah, is we took a good look at Efficiency Maine's rebates, and I would say they're very competitive. They're very well designed relative to how some of your sort of peer states and adjacent states design their EV rebates. So they do a good job. The federal incentive does not have a used EV rebate. The Efficiency Maine one does have a used EV rebate that's $2,500 for battery electric vehicle and $2,500 for a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. However, that used component is only available for qualified low-income customers.
Representative Boyle has a question, but I will add that when I plug in at the State House, I have to pay.
Thank you. I don't know if it's as much a question as a little background and a little plug, because I've been driving a Chevy Bolt for 4.5 years since new, charged it at home mostly. In fact, sometimes I have to wait and not plug it in because you're supposed to let your battery drain down some. So, my question really is, and I've also been on the board of Efficiency Maine Trust the last 3 years, so I'm pretty familiar with this. And the plug I always make at Efficiency Maine, and I want to make here, is to move up in your hierarchy the education and awareness component, because people don't ask me, how do you like your car? How fast does it go? They say, how far can you drive it? 95, probably 100% of people, that's what they want to know. Not, was it 40 grand? Or if I save 7,500, would it cost me? The costs are coming down. So is there some way to move up in the general public's consciousness, besides everything that Stacy and I sound like we're doing when we talk to people, like, this car will throw your head back if you can't even floor it because it would be dangerous. It's so fast, and it's a little Bolt, So I think can you talk more about range anxiety and how we really, hammer that? Thank you.
Representative Boyle, great to have you back, and I think that obviously Efficiency Maine has done some sort of public communications, but there's a lot more that needs to happen. I will say that the automakers, I think, are probably going to lead the charge as they have these new vehicles and they're doing their Super Bowl ads. Obviously, that makes them more exciting to the average consumer, and they're doing, I think, already a good job selling them. I will say for the range anxiety issues, I think that is, obviously most people can charge at home and you go back and forth to Augusta or within, my car is about 300 miles. You're in good shape for a lot of places you want to go. But if you're going to go further, you want to know that there's charging. So that is obviously why more public charging infrastructure across, the rural parts of our state, so you can get to the easternmost part of our state, the northernmost part, and that is what Efficiency Maine is now targeting. I think at that point, then you need to make sure there's sufficient charging so that people aren't waiting at the rest stops where we have 2 or 3 chargers now. You obviously, as more and more people drive, we need to have adequate charging ramping up to meet the demand. So, and that's going to be especially true in the summer. I mean, Tesla obviously has their own charging system, huge banks of chargers. They do sometimes get full in the summertime when a lot of folks are visiting our state and using those. I'm sure Jeff could better speak to how other states are looking at it, but I think, you're absolutely right in terms of the challenges and what we need to do to make more people comfortable with it.
The only thing I'd like to add is Hannah mentioned the automakers, and there's a general sentiment among sort of the electric vehicle research community that those two policies I mentioned, the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks, those are vehicle mandates for the automakers, but in reality they're more than just mandates. they bring with them a whole sort of ecosystem of other benefits for the state in terms of advertising. You know, states that adopt those two policies will see a lot more sort of TV ads, and the automakers, who are the ones who really know how to sell the vehicles and have, you know, decades of experience doing that, they will bring with them you know, that all of that experience. And so that to me is one of the big benefits of adopting those two policies. There are also, I should mention, there's some people in the same research community that feel that it really shouldn't be up to government to be doing the marketing education. And I think that's more of a disputed view. Some people feel very strongly in both directions. So. Thanks.
The only other request what I would make is to the extent you have any control over it, put the charging stations as far as possible from the entrance to doors, because people who don't have electric cars like to park in them. If I've got my electric car and I have to walk across the entire parking lot, I'm still going to plug in there. I don't know how many times I pulled up to somewhere and somebody's in the spot because it's there, and even though it's painted green and all the rest, it's right near the door, so they use it. So those of us who have our electric cars, put us way at the other end of the parking lot. It's good exercise, and we'll actually be able to charge our car and get home, which is important. Thank you.
Representative, that could be your parting comment to Efficiency Main Trust.
Well, I'll just say I'd like an adapter so that I could plug into those empty Tesla chargers when the regular ones are full. So that would be quite handy, a little toggle of some sort. Thank you both for joining us. Any other questions from the committee? All right. All right.
Well, Senator, I just want to thank you, and I will say that we've heard Tesla may have news in the upcoming couple of years about the ability for other people to use those charging stations. I think we see that happening in Europe. So I will just say Jessica Scott is on my team here. She posted a link about the Efficiency Main Trust. We also posted a link to the full report, which I hope you will check out. Jessica is happy. We work on all kinds of transportation policies with Efficiency Main Trust and DEP and DOT. So happy to come back or answer questions at any point. And Melanie will be, the commissioner is your expert on the upcoming policies. Again, I'm glad the committee took the time to hear about them this morning, because obviously we really appreciate your interest.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we will move on to our final briefing of the morning, which will be on the Climate Corps. Let me find. All right, I'm bringing over Mary Alice Crofton. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else I should bring in?
I believe Kate Klebansky is in the waiting room as well.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Coming over. You can feel free to go ahead and jump right in whenever you're ready.
Okay. Then I am going to do that. And hopefully everybody can see my screen with it.
We sure can.
Excellent. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up, folks. So my name is Mary Alice Crofton. I'm Executive Director for Volunteer Maine, also known as the Maine Commission for Community Service. And I want to thank you, Senator Brenner and Representative Tucker and members of the committee for asking us to brief you on this report. And I'm going to just charge right in. So here's what I'm going to cover quickly today, I can talk fast. I'm going to try and slow down my pace, but I am going to first introduce you to the commission a bit, because I think this is the first time we've presented to the committee, and then run through a little bit reminder of what LD 722 was, go through some pieces around the study, and get to the recommendations, implementation, and then take your questions. So we are a state agency. There's a board of 25 members that I work for, and they are all appointed by the governor, and every single one of them represents a different facet of Maine's volunteer sector. So every administration tells me we have the most complicated board, but it works, which is really nice. And the mission is to foster community service and volunteerism, because that's such an essential part of community resilience, community health, and all of those sorts of things. Which brings me to, we've got 14 duties in our statute, but one of them is administering grant programs, and the other is relates to our responsibilities around funding and supporting national service. And the reason we don't normally appear here is because our oversight committee is state and local government. So 722, that resolve went through the first session. Its primary sponsor was Representative Morgan Riley, who's continued to be involved, very involved in the process as we went through this study over the summer. And then it directed the commission to identify short-term projects that could be accomplished as service projects, provide a basis for establishing the Climate Corps, which was proposed in the State Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait. It's one of the strategies, or it's in part of Strategy H, around engaging citizens in the work. And then also some considerations that we were to pay close attention to, how best to structure the Climate Corps, looking at existing programs to identify potential hosts or sponsors of programs, and then also look at whether there might be partnerships. So starting with the principles that are underlying the study, we're coming from the perspective, not just because of our mission, but because volunteer service is a way to effectively solve community problems. The volunteers are pro bono human resources that need to be managed in many of the same ways that paid human resources are. It provides benefits and valuable experience to those who serve. And also, research in the last 15 years has shown that it's a critical component of community resilience because of the connections that are made between people who serve with each other, between the residents of communities, and also the institutions that come together around issues. So another principle was that high quality, well-designed service programs are a cost-effective complement to the work of employees. And we're talking about modern service programs. There is a lot of reference in the media to the old civilian conservation corps of the 30s. That is a long gone model, and things are very different nowadays. And we've pointed that out in one of on page 8 of the report. You'll find the description, the traits of current high quality models for service programs. It's also a proven pathway to employment. One of the things that happened after the last recession was there was a considerable amount of research around why some places bounced back faster than others. And one of the bottom lines for that research is that service is a pathway to employment, especially for particular groups who might struggle with finding employment and overcoming any kind of challenges. So that's listed out there. And then the other, I understand that even though this started out, the language, I believe, in the resolve was around young people, that it was extended, and pleased to hear that, because citizens of all ages can contribute through service. So for students, it's kind of interesting because they can marry academics and service through service learning. And then teens and adults can give intensive service, either through seasonal, like summer programs, or year-long programs. So there's a bunch of different models, and those are referenced in the report as well. So the current high-quality modern service courts have what are called a triple bottom line, stealing from business. And that is because the problem that they are targeting changes. The individuals who serve gain civic and career-related skills, and then the community is better able to meet its own needs because the service members engage the community in the work. They're also a proven way of attracting talent to an area and encouraging people or fostering a connection to a community to the extent that people stay. I'll say the last 2 years, in spite of the pandemic, the National Service Program that we fund, AmeriCorps, has had 50% of the folks who served in Maine come from out of state. And then half of those folks stayed here in the state after their service. And that's been pretty consistent over 25 years that happens. So I want to move to how we conducted the study because I understand that's of interest to you. So the oversight group, which was chaired by one of our commission board members, Luke Shorty, that's the Commission Research and Evaluation Task Force, had a number of public members. Those folks are referenced on page 4. It took up a lot of space, but we did have a climate science person. We did have a number of other people who were advisors. Commissioners have authority to bring on others to create the work groups. The data gathering and analysis was done by contractor Kate, who has joined us, Kate Klebanski. She's available this morning. She had just finished her degree at USM and has some experience in the environmental sector as well. And it was my job to do some of the writing, do some of the synthesis, and then we had one of the commission members who was the primary editor. So my point is that it was a team effort. This didn't go out somewhere and not come back without a lot of eyes on it. And the one thing I did forget in this whole thing was our adventure with public comment on December 13th. And we did pull the recommendations together, advertised an opportunity for the public to comment, so that did happen as well. Wasn't very well attended, but those who came were enthusiastic. I'll put it that way. And they were enthusiastic in the affirmative, so I don't want you to think that there was any controversy in that. So Kate did 97 interviews before I said to her, you're hearing the same thing over and over, so it's time to start analyzing. There is an awful lot of energy around Climate Corps. There's a lot of enthusiasm. There are a lot of people who want to get going, get started, that sort of thing. The interviews used a protocol that took a look at folks' experience or organizational experience with volunteer engagement in their mission-related activities. So those would be the more highly skilled things, not just clerical support or those sorts of things. And then asked about projects that they knew needed to be undertaken that would be suitable for Climate Corps, their capacity administratively to support Climate Corps members or project, what kind of training and certification somebody could earn through serving with them. In other words, what were they prepared to offer? Because service corps are always a balance between those skills that somebody brings with them and what the organization can then provide to them to train them up or hone their skills or whatever. And then how best to address equity inclusion. they were asked about, and then what sorts of existing collaborations they would call on to carry out their projects, which ones they would, other partners they would see pulling into their projects, and then their opinions about climate core structure. So all of that came out of the bill and kind of looking at various aspects, facets of what we needed to know. And of course, if you look on the reports 45 to, I'm supposed to say 46, sorry. You'll find the 2-page list of everybody who was interviewed and all of the organizations. Kate started with the subcommittee members on Maine Won't Wait, and then added to them climate council members. She interviewed some commissioners. I was in on a couple of them. Participants in a think tank that we held around options for a coastal climate core. Came out of another body of work that we were doing. And then, of course, everybody had a recommendation as to who else somebody should talk, that she should talk to. So there was a long list of, oh, by the way, have you talked to so-and-so? So of the 97 who were interviewed, they also received a funding survey that asked them about what projected personnel expenses might be in order to have program leadership that could manage members and take charge of ensuring that the work was done in a way that would have the impact intended, and then projected expenses for materials and supplies, and also likely funding sources for the above. And you'll see later how that comes into recommendations. So then the analysis of the interviews was done using a matrix framework that harked back to Maine Won't Wait. That was our fundamental framework. So we never disconnected from the climate action plan for the state. And then priority projects were identified. So you will see the word popularity used, and that's because it's really frequency. But if you put in our acronym obsessed world, it wouldn't line up very nicely if we put frequency, impact, and equity. So it's popularity, impact, and equity, because PI is much more palatable. And for the frequency, it was how many times folks said, this is what really needs to happen. And then added to that was how many strategies in Maine Won't Wait that particular project would impact. And then in terms of equity, what would be the projected impact on communities that had fewer resources or disadvantaged populations? So all of that rolled together to identify projects that would be the likely places to start with. Then there was also for the directive to consider existing programs, which you'll find on page 17 and 18, and then 38 through 41. There are 3 AmeriCorps programs right now that could potentially qualify as climate core programs. Maine Conservation Corps is one. Greater Portland Council of Governments has an AmeriCorps Resilience Corps working with municipalities, and then there's a small program at University of Southern Maine focused on energy education in the community and energy conservation education for homeowners. There's also Island Fellows, of course, and then the new Maine Service Fellows that could be part of that. There was also a review of programs in other states, because there are other states that have got climate cores up and running. And probably the oldest one is actually in Minnesota. So those were identified through the network of state service commissions. I call it the Trade Association America's Service Commissions. The directors of those were interviewed, and then models that were identified by other agencies, other state service commissions, things that are being discussed nationally were also considered. So all of that is also part of what is in the report, but also what contributed to the recommendations that were ultimately put together. I want to acknowledge that there are some influences that were very much a part of our thinking as we moved forward. First of all, we're very aware, very involved in conversations that are responding to the executive order around the creation of Civilian Climate Corps, and the federal agency that we work with for AmeriCorps is very much part of the interagency committee that is led by USDA that is outlining how a federal Civilian Conservation Corps will work. Very much part of the group that is advising and monitoring the CORE Act, that is Senator Coon's description of how to implement Climate Corps, and that has significant bipartisan co-sponsorship. It's important because the Build Back Better provisions for Climate Corps may or may not go anywhere because, of course, everything right now is stalled out. And because of that stall, projections are that any funds for implementing Climate Corps would not get to states until 2024. So as we went through this, also I was part of the state commission work group that is putting together a plan for how the federal state partnership might work so that states can still address their needs. And then there are two coalitions of national nonprofits who are advocating for their visions of CCC, kept an eye on those, as well as there are climate action advocates who also have their visions of how this all should work. So bottom line, there's a lot of national, political, and nonprofit energy around this whole idea. And part of the challenge is to ensure that communities get a voice in this, that they don't end up with something that's prescribed for them. So moving to the recommendations, our recommendation, first one is that it be structured as a set of programs. There are some opportunities for efficiencies if it was one big block, but there's so many components, so many ways that this would touch down into communities, and there's such a need to be sure that the program sponsor has the technical strength to ensure that whatever the service project is, that it is done well, that the members are trained, that partners are really tied together who can contribute to this, that there are measurable performance targets and that those are met, and that the folks who are in charge of the program are skilled in both the human resource portion of things and also in the technical service part of it. Then the second recommendation was that any program operating as part of the Climate Corps would be proposed by a coalition of organizations so that partners locally who are working on the same things begin together and then propose it. The Commission has had this in our AmeriCorps realm for a long time under the regular AmeriCorps program, and it really does help bring folks together locally to come to some consensus before they bring Corps members into the community. But there, of course, needs to be somebody who's the lead sponsor and the lead grant applicant. So that is why it gets highlighted that way. One of the things that we wanted to point out was that this budget survey surfaced the fact that, yeah, it was in the budget survey. Folks were asked how many Corps members they might need and if they'd be using partners, and so that also led to our thinking that it really needed to be a coalition of folks proposing this. So as you can see, everybody was looking to pull others in. Their third recommendation is that programming be authorized in 8 climate-related areas. And these came out of kind of a refining of the overall areas in Maine Won't Wait, and the places that folks felt were most urgent to start. So coastal zone, transportation, energy, and so forth. The core programs should be able to implement any evidence-based project that contributes to action in those areas. So then the fourth one is that based on current science and the expressed need of the communities, that there are 11 projects that might rise to the top in terms of resilience planning and energy education and outreach, which somebody just mentioned in the prior briefing, not just around transportation, but around everything. And then lead by example really is about all of those county, municipal, regional, governmental, and nonprofit buildings that also need to be made energy efficient and would make a good opportunity for core members to contribute. And then, as you can see, the rest of them, not surprising, some of them, local foods program is about fostering and moving forward the amount of food that is produced in Maine for Maine consumption and helping to meet that goal. So another recommendation too, actually, on this is that Climate Corps be created in statute as an amendment to the commission statute, so that the purpose, structure, standards, and responsibility for coordination are clearly established. And you can, the language that that you have as a potential bill tries to leave enough room that as things evolve, we are not tied down, but also making it clear that, for instance, folks are going to need to use evidence-based science. They're going to have performance measures, that sort of thing, and that there are grants and et cetera. And that the climate coordinator, Climate Corps coordinator at Volunteer Maine be the one who provides state leadership. And that would include pulling together agencies, governmental, regional, et cetera, who have got an interest in this work. Which leads me to the seventh one, and there's only one after this. I know I'm between you and lunch. That a recommendation to direct state agencies to coordinate climate-related funding for projects so that the resources come together at the community level. At the federal level, there is a lot of conversation going on among those agencies that would be providing funding to the state to go to communities and how they could structure it so that when it hits the community, if it is around energy or transportation or shoreline protection or whatever, that the human resources from the Climate Corps and the materials and other sorts of things from their agencies can come together and in a synergistic way. And that the interest of the other federal agencies is, of course, to get their funds to go as far as they can. So, and then leveraging the federal Climate Corps resources by appropriating state funding for core program leadership, which is generally a local match expense. In the core programming, there is a 25-year and longer history of those funds only supporting the cost of, or the providing support to the person who serves, whether it's a living allowance and benefits such as health insurance and so forth. The local share is always around the supervision and leadership and materials and those sorts of things. And in the survey that was done, 75% of the folks indicated that they couldn't cover the human resource to provide the program leadership. And that is why that recommendation is in the language. It would not only help them with their local match, but also ensure that there is that stable, qualified person overseeing basically what is a full change in human resources once a year. And then in order to support those towns and municipalities and counties that need to do some pre-planning and make a decision around where they want to start and that sort of thing at the most rural areas, supporting main service fellows, a portion of those folks. So the recommendations are, there's some language I know that your analyst provided you earlier today around how that might move forward. And that is the end for me, except for all your questions.
Thank you so much. Representative Bloom has a question.
Yes, thank you so much. And your report is really good. I was able to page through it a bit, and it's very extensive. And what it touches upon, which is important to me because of another need in the state for teachers to get continuing education in climate related subjects so they can be better teachers, that you are saying you do not want to compete with that program at all. You want to, the stress on leadership and making sure you have enough people administering this program, I think is very important, because there's a lot of focus on this area in many different parts, especially in the education community and outreach. And so I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on how you would do that.
Supporting formal education.
Supporting and making sure that if there's a program that teachers are using from the Department of Education, that it's not competing with what you're doing, that you guys are going, that you'll work together. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So there's a couple of different ways. First of all, one of the things is in the model that's proposed by whoever the grant applicant is. One of the things that they need to show is that they are collaborating, cooperating with whatever else is going on. And already there are core programs that support educators in implementing new tactics in classrooms and supporting students, doing some of the organizing maybe of those pieces that are out in the community and so forth. There are also programs that work with or enlist in the cores people who have completed their preparation for teaching, but then serve in the Corps for maybe 6 months, a year or so to get experience and become really adept at using that before they go into the classroom. So the service corps have got a long history of being very sensitive, and the commission does too, being very sensitive to what else is going on and how do we support the goals of the community of, and frankly, what may not be evident is that our fiscal agent is the Department of Education. So we hear once a week what they're up to. And we do have programs that are working in schools already in a supportive way.
Representative Dudera has a question.
Thank you very much. Yes, I had the opportunity early this morning to read through the report, and I was very impressed. One, I have a comment and then a quick question. The comment is just to keep in mind that there are groups such as Habitat for Humanity that are also doing weatherization. And I didn't see them, any groups like that kind of mentioned in, your resources, but Habitat does quite a lot of weatherization for low-income folks. My question is around, when I did delve into it, I was kind of amazed with the scope of what this core wants to do. And on the one hand, that's very exciting. But when I looked at the other states, they don't seem to be covering quite as many areas. And I just wonder if that's something that you thought about. We're going to be handling way more issues, areas, topics than what other states are doing. Is that a concern at all, that we're biting off too much, maybe?
It is not a concern, and here's why. There are the states that were highlighted in the report are the ones that have stood up in the last few years, climate cores, and are approaching it. There are more states that are coming on and tackling a broader set of issues according to what their states want. The breadth of the issues is exactly what we're recommending that climate core, which could sound like it's one thing, be really a set of programs that are proposed by the communities so that they can tackle the issues that they feel are of highest priority to them, but still within the climate impacts. And that lets, that again goes back to our experience with service cores, which is that if number one, we want to ensure that the communities have a voice in where they start out. It still needs to be evidence-based, and it still needs to be good science and measurable and the right thing, but having their voice. And then secondly, being sure that it's technically correct, so that by breaking it up into, public health and housing should not be under the same roof. And that is why we're recommending a set.
Okay, thank you. I see what you're saying. If it's broader, the communities can choose and really tailor to what their specific needs are. Thank you.
Representative Tucker.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee report out to request a bill be given a number and referred back for public hearing at a later date. And I'd like that committee bill to be based on the draft, which was distributed by our analyst, Mr. Tartikoff. It's a 3-page draft, and we all have it. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Bloom, Representative Dudera, both interested in seconding. Is there any further committee discussion or further questions for our guest? All right, I believe the committee's ready for a vote. Marianne?
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole.
Yes.
Representative Toole, yes. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Representative Hanley, yes. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. Representative O'Connor, absent. All members voting in the affirmative, one member absent.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. And thank you so much, Mary Alice, for joining us and for your thorough report. We all appreciate your hard work.
Talk to you soon. So, bye.
All right, folks, I believe that brings us to what I would consider a good opportunity to take a lunch break. So I'm going to suggest that we reconvene at 1, which is 45 minutes or so from now. And we'll get started with our work sessions at that point. Thank you.
Hi, Will. Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Some people
Representative.
are more interested in the discussion over lunchtime than others. Can I join your caucus?
Yes. We made it short and sweet. And I even got time to eat, so I'm doing well.
Well, Tool, it really is good to see you. Your face on this committee. My goodness.
I get out of state and local today early, so
All right.
I'm glad to be able to be here.
Good. Thank you.
We were out by 11.
Wow.
Maybe our chairs should think about that.
All right. Thank you all for your patience with me. If I have food in my teeth, just like you send me a text or something and let me know. Okay. Welcome back to work sessions for the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. Since we started this morning, a couple of folks have joined us, one who we don't see very regularly. So hopefully you all would be willing to take a moment to say hi and introduce yourselves. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Will Toole. I represent the Machias area plus Lubec and Eastport.
Welcome. It's nice to have you today.
It's great to be here and thank you for having me.
And Senator Carney.
I thought I was here this morning, but
You were.
myself. I'm Ann Carney, representing Senate District 29. Sorry. Hello again.
Representative Boyle.
Hi, I'm Representative Jim Boyle, representing Eastern Gorham and Northern Scarborough.
And for folks in our attendee space, I'm just going to read off the order to which we will tackle our work sessions today. We're going to start with 1826, then 1872, then 1429, 1875, 1911, and 1639. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open a work session on 1826. An act to create a subcommittee of the Interagency Task Force on Invasive Aquatic Plants and Nuisance Species. Yes, Representative Tucker.
I'd like to move ought to pass as amended on LD 1826 for purposes of discussion.
Second.
Second from Representative Dudera and Representative Hanley. Okay. Any discussion? Yes, Dan.
Just so we're clear, I assume that's based on the proposed amendment from yourself, Senator, that was distributed today?
I believe that is the amendment you're referring to, correct, Representative Tucker?
Yes, it is. This has been circulated amongst the members of the committee, and it was authored by our OPLA staff.
Has everyone had a chance to look at that? Do you want me to walk through it? Do you have questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would benefit from having you walk through it.
Okay, Dan, do you want to walk us through that? Actually, you probably have it at your fingertips. I can grab it too.
Sure, I can. So this replaces the bill and makes a couple of amendments to the existing statute that establishes the Interagency Task Force. One of those changes is that it is currently set up to advise only the DEP. It is in the amendment, it will be set up to advise and report to DEP, as well as the Departments of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and Marine Resources and the legislature. The amendment here just carries down that additional advising and reporting requirement that amends the existing duties of the task force. So it simply piggybacks onto what's currently in statute for the task force. And you'll see that in paragraphs 4A through G. And G is the catch-all, which basically has any other recommendations necessary to control invasive aquatic plants and nuisance species. You'll see a new paragraph here at the bottom of 4 that notes that in developing findings and recommendations under the subsection about duties, the task force shall convene a stakeholder group that includes but is not limited to task force members, state natural resource agency staff, and other persons with relevant expertise or experience, including representatives of local and regional lake associations and representatives of lake protection organizations. This is meant to reference the existing sort of informal stakeholder group that the committee heard about during the public hearing and work session. There's a new provision added regarding a legislative reporting requirement. And so this legislative reporting requirement, based on the existing statutory duties and with input from a required stakeholder group, would be submitted on or before January 15th, 2023 and biennially thereafter. The report would be submitted to DEP, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and DMR, as well as to the legislature, this committee, the IF&W committee, and the Marine Resources Committee. A report with findings and recommendations, including suggested legislation, with the authority for each committee to report out legislation related to the report. If you'll recall, the original bill has a number of specific reporting provisions that, based on feedback from the sponsor, appeared to have been intended as sort of a one-time reporting requirements. And so there's some unallocated language here included at the end to have these same requirements for reporting and development of recommendations to be included in that first report only that's due January 2023. It also probably makes sense to note that the original bill was a emergency bill, and this amendment would remove the emergency preamble and emergency clause. I can answer any questions you have about that.
Any committee questions for Dan? Any conversation? Yes, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has obviously caught a lot of public interest, and I think the amendment improves the bill considerably and offers some details, and I'm fully supportive of it, and I appreciate your work in getting it together.
Representative Dudera.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I have heard from several folks who are on little lake associations in my area, and having had discussions with them about it and the way that I hoped this bill would go, which is the way it looks like it might be going with this amendment, they were really supportive and feel that, they welcome the opportunity to work with these state agencies and then report to us in event that, further actions needed. So thank you.
Well, I certainly enjoyed the process of meeting with the DEP and the IFNW folks and the representative who submitted the legislation, Representative Hassenfuss. And from hearing from the Lake folks, I hope that this amendment allows for the oversight that could potentially yield beneficial legislation and policy that will help keep our lakes clean. So I feel like it's the first step. I think the real meat will be in the report back to the committees of jurisdiction in the years to come. So thank you all for your support. Are we ready for a vote? All right, I think it's all you, Marianne.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole.
Yes.
Representative Toole, yes. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
Yes.
Representative Hanley, yes. Representative O'Connor. Representative O'Connor, absent. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Excuse me. Representative Dudera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. 13 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member absent.
All right, thank you, everyone. And I believe that ends our work session on 1826. And next up, we'll open a work session on 1872, a resolve to create a task force relating to the water quality of Saco Bay. Dan, I don't think we need to go through a bill analysis for this one unless anyone feels strongly. I can walk through my thoughts on it if that's helpful. Anybody? Okay. So this was Representative Copeland's bill that she added an amendment to before the public hearing that would focus on a clearinghouse, if you will, for information about water quality in Saco Bay. We did have some correspondence with Dr. Cassandra Rose from the, who's part of the GoPIF team that's working on climate resilience. And her email to me, she explained that currently there's some thinking about a climate hub or an information exchange proposed in the state climate plan. And the University of Maine has taken the lead on implementing this concept and has received 1 year of funding from private foundations to hire a project manager. The initial phase will focus on identifying and coordinating climate change research efforts in the coastal and marine realm. The university is also working with Representative Pingree's office to submit an earmark to expand the hub to the terrestrial realm as well. However, that earmark has not yet been funded on the federal level. This effort focuses on coordinating research and may expand to monitoring in the future, but will not create a clearinghouse of data itself, though it may eventually provide links to other platforms. And then she went on to provide a handful of other data quality and data delivery efforts that are underway. One is the Casco Bay Monitoring Network, one is the Community Intertidal Data Portal, and one is the DEP Zone Marine Environmental Monitoring Program. So with all those efforts underway, I'm wondering how the committee feels about whether or not we want to not move forward with this resolve at this time. Representative Tucker.
For the purposes of discussion, I would like to move on LD 1872 ought not to pass.
I'll second that.
Second.
Any further discussion? So committee ready for a vote? All right, Mary Ann, we're ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner,
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker,
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett,
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney,
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle,
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole,
Yes.
Representative Toole, yes. Representative Bloom,
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley,
Yes.
Representative Hanley, yes. Representative O'Connor, Representative O'Connor absent. Representative Gramlich,
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dodera,
Yes.
Representative Dodera, yes. Representative Bell,
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler,
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. 12 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member absent.
Thank you, Mary Ann. All right, thank you, everybody. That was, we're moving right along here. Next up, we'll open a work session on LD 1429, an act to implement the most time-sensitive recommendation of the Maine Climate Council. And if you'll recall, we had an analysis of this amendment at our last work session. So this is our second work session on this bill. And I'll pass it over to Representative Tucker.
Thank you very much. For purposes of discussion, I would like to move ought to pass as amended on LD 1429. At the last work session, we discussed this with the DEP. The commissioner was here and explained it. Since then, Mr. Strock from the Maine Forest Products Council asked if he could address the committee and work session on this bill, and I have no objection to that. If we could move Mr. Stroud over and he can further describe his concerns. All committee members should have received his letter last week. So I would ask the chair for permission to let Mr. Stroud address us.
He's on his way over. Senator Carney, are you offering a second?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Patrick Strock. Nice to have you.
Thank you. I just popped in. Thank you, Representative Tucker and Senator Brenner and members of the committee. I sent a letter along, and I'm supportive of the original bill with the thought that there need to be more discussion. And I'm not opposing what you're considering right now, but by moving this legislation into statute, we're further committing to a number that has some other variables that need to be discussed. So I just wanted to enlighten you as to, from the perspective of a person looking at the forests and their contribution to climate change and to wood manufacturing, which is going to be a big part of our solution as well, to 4 quick issues. One is the discussion of sequestration. 2 is the carbon credit transactions. 3 is the biogenic carbon concept. And 4th is the recovery of lost markets. So with your permission, I'll just go quickly through those so that you have an idea of what concerns or what discussions need to take place as you make this decision. We know that carbon sequestration is going to be a big part of the solution. I think Stacy Beyer showed you the carbon sequestration line, which also includes the concept of embedded carbon, in that we're going to be adding as well the important additive long-term sequestration that takes place with wood. So those 2 pieces, both the growth of carbon in trees and its products, are going to be an important part of making sure we're all on the same page with regard to that concept. Second is there's a lot of discussion right now about carbon that is privately owned on private woodlands. And I would recommend that we stick to our definition of sequestered carbon as that relating to the biochemical carbon that's in Maine's air. If we go down the trail of thinking about carbon as a commodity on the markets, we're going to be running into things like landowners that have already sold their carbon credits on the California exchange. So does that count in Maine or not? Or we're going to be talking about the carbon that gets, I had another example for you, but I'll keep going. So that's going to be an important, I know, in the Wall Street Journal, the carbon markets are now entering the realm of cryptocurrency. So this is going to get very confusing. We're going to see carbon bartered about, but in terms of keeping it focused on the biochemical nature of carbon that's in Maine, I think that's my policy recommendation to you. The third thing is that we have emissions from wood that enter into the gross calculation. About 80 million metric tons of wood emissions are part of the total carbon emissions that we have. So that's about 30% of the emissions. We and other parts of the world think of those emissions as being part of a biogenic cycle. In other words, we know we're sequestering carbon and we know we're emitting carbon, and that's a place where I think is a healthy place for the state to be, but it's a discussion that hasn't been confirmed in statute as well. So we need to be thinking about that. That's an important thing to do. And then finally, we have lost some manufacturers in Maine, and we are working hard using actually global consultants through the 4 main initiatives that we've got going to replace those markets. And I think we need to be cautious about thinking that we can't bring new facilities back online to replace those that are lost by having established a standard by which no more increase in carbon can be emitted. That's going to be dangerous for our economy and for putting more good wood products to work. We recently had the Go Lab facility up and running. It certainly has minimal emissions, and there may be refineries and replacements for those facilities that we've lost. So I would not want us to think about this being, this action being an effort to stop us from thinking of expanding and growing our wood economy based on the sustainable harvest of wood. So those are the things that keep me up at night with regard to this policy. And I just wanted you to know there's a lot more to talk about. We support establishing this in statute, but we need to feel more comfortable about what are the definitions we're going to be using going forward. So thank you for your indulgence, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for joining us. Senator Bennett has a question for you.
Yes, thank you for your thoughtful comments, Mr. Strzok. Appreciate them. I'm concerned as well about the question of carbon credits. There's been, they're not well audited, frankly, and they're sold kind of willy-nilly in the exchanges, and we really don't know with a lot of depth as to, how accurate they are. I just wanted your thoughts and your point about about what I think is essentially wondering about the enforceability of this this amendment if it becomes law, and what does it mean for, say, a business that wants to come here and add carbon by its operations, and what kind of reporting is going to be about that, and who's going to do it, and all of that. And I'd appreciate your thoughts a little bit greater depth about your specific concerns relating to that. I didn't see any enforcement mechanisms here. It was kind of presented as a goal, basically putting the executive order carbon goals into statute. And are you concerned that there's the possibility of either public or private litigation that would result in somebody trying to build a business here and exceeding the state's overall carbon goals? I just don't know how that would be enforced.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm thinking too far in advance about how this will evolve. But like you say, it's a new science. The large landowner community is really cautious about how to enter into these markets. I think the tribes and one of my members and a few other land trusts have entered the carbon markets, but the rest are cautious. This is a regulatory process, and it could be conceivable that folks would begin to think that we have an obligation to limit our credits and to make sure the state owns them. And I think I'm not pointing to any particular example of that, but I'm just seeing the competition for those carbon credits. If you really want to own them, there'll be some interesting discussions about that, because essentially we're saying who owns the trees when we say that.
Yeah, if I just may follow up briefly with a comment. I may be overly simplifying this, but for me, this is talking about, this is a separate matter from carbon credits, because this is, although you raise great questions about them, this is about like what the state does as a overall entity, not the state government, but overall activity in Maine. It's sort of out there. And I would think that if forest sequestration is providing carbon credits, that we should, that doesn't mean that we can't count them here under this separate process that we're doing, which is not, economic or market-based in it. And so I wouldn't work, personally, I'm not concerned about that aspect of it too much, but I do think you raise a good point.
I think that's where I'm coming from, is that we need to look at the biochemistry of the air in Maine in order to understand what's happening. There's certainly benefits from growing trees, making wood products, and so that's an important thing. And it's also important to have this concept of the neutrality of wood with regard to its emissions as well. And those aren't given, but I wanted to raise them here just to state that that's why we're not opposing this legislation, because that's our understanding, and we hope it's everyone's.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Representative Hanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Stonich, for your testimony.
Sure.
You illustrate what I've been thinking about right along, is that unintended consequences. This type of legislation is, well, we're looking 23 years into the future with this. And you're pointing out a whole series of issues I don't think anybody ever thought of. And so, I mean, it's no secret that I've opposed this for that reason and many others, but thank you for your testimony. I find it odd that you actually can still support it, even when you point out those negative issues.
Well, the governor appointed me to the Climate Council, and I took that job pretty seriously. And we've had some discussions about this. I see the issues surrounding climate change as a real opportunity for the forest industry. There are all sorts of very positive things that can be contributed, if not just the sequestration of trees. We know we can grow trees faster and sequester even more carbon. And I think you're seeing even the paper industry see an opportunity in moving to paper packaging to replace petroleum and plastic. And we know our solid wood opportunities are growing. We've actually made up some lost ground with the number of sawmills that have come online and the increased production in Maine. So overall, I'm seeing opportunities, and I think we're feeling like we're part of this new bioeconomy. So we're hopeful that these other issues that I bring up will be recognized and appreciated, so we can continue on that path. But I understand what you're saying, Representative Hanley.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, Representative Tucker.
I also would like to thank Mr. Strach for coming and giving us some cautionary advice on what's to happen down the road. We do have in the attendee column, Stacy Knapp, who showed us the chart. However, I don't feel any need to bring her over as a panelist unless there's somebody who has a question or if this discussion has triggered further angst amongst any of the members. I'm satisfied at this point. I think the DEP has considered it and is aware of these concerns. I can't think of any politician who wouldn't want to take credit for the sequestration of carbon here in Maine for meeting this goal. So if anybody wants to call in anybody else, it's fine with me, but I'm ready to vote.
Does the committee feel the need to ask questions of any of the other folks in the attendee space or currently here in our meeting? All right, Marianne, I believe we're ready for a vote.
Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Tucker, yes. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yes. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Representative Boyle.
Yes.
Representative Boyle, yes. Representative Toole. Representative Toole.
No. No.
No. Representative Bloom.
Yes.
Representative Bloom, yes. Representative Hanley.
No.
Representative Hanley, no. Representative O'Connor. Representative O'Connor, absent. Representative Gramlich.
Yes.
Representative Gramlich, yes. Representative Dodera.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Dodera, yes. Representative Bell.
Yes.
Representative Bell, yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler, yes. Representative Toole and Representative Hanley, would your motion be ought not to pass?
Yes, that would be it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank you. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 2 voting ought not to pass, and 1 member absent.
All right, thank you so much, Marianne. And then, yes, Representative Hanley.
Yes, could you repeat the vote numbers, please?
Sure. 10 voting ought to pass as amended, 2 voting ought not to pass, and 1 member absent.
All right, anything further? Okay, moving on. We have a work session for LD 1875, an act to address perifluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substance pollution from state-owned solid waste disposal. We're going to start with Dan's analysis.
Sure. So I sent this around earlier. Let me bring up a screen share. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is LD 1875. I'm going to skip over the summary of the bill since I think we're all pretty familiar with that, as well as the list of those that testified for, against, and neither for nor against the bill. As you recall, the sponsor distributed at the hearing a proposed amendment that would remove the DEP rulemaking provisions and require treatment of leachate for PFAS to the concentrations allowable for drinking water as provided under Resolve 2021, Chapter 82, which was enacted last year. DEP noted that the rulemaking provisions included in the original bill represented a significant undertaking. It would not have the capacity to manage within existing resources. A note here from myself, it's not advisable to refer directly to Resolve 2021, Chapter 82 as the amendment does, as that resolve could be amended by a later legislature, and also because that resolve provides a mechanism for the repeal of the so-called interim drinking water standard of 20 nanograms per liter for PFAS, which is the equivalent of 20 parts per trillion, upon the completion of a 2023 to 2024 DHHS rulemaking to establish maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, for PFAS. If the intent of the amendment is to require treatment of leachate to 20 parts per trillion, which was suggested at the hearing, it may be better to simply specify that level in statute and either update the statute if and when DHHS adopts MCLs for PFAS that are different from 20 parts per trillion, or to provide that the treatment of leachate is to whatever MCLs are adopted by DHHS upon that rule adoption. That's a little convoluted. I can get into that more if you want. The bottom line is, I think the amendment could be written up slightly with slightly different language that might better achieve the goal. The second note I have here is regarding treatment options. There was significant discussion at the hearing over the availability of technology to treat leachate so that it meets the concentration standards envisioned in the bill. Although there was a bit of disagreement amongst those testifying, multiple speakers did suggest there are a number of technologies available at present that could be engineered to reduce PFAS concentrations in leachate to meet those concentration standards. There did seem to be a general agreement that there are no facilities in the state that at present are capable of treating leachate for PFAS to those concentration standards. It was noted by multiple speakers that the Anson-Madison Sanitary District has secured federal and state funding to install specialized PFAS treatment equipment or processes at its facility that could treat leachate from JRL. It is unclear, however, if those processes can be specifically designed to treat the leachate to achieve the 20 parts per trillion concentration standard proposed in the amendment, although at least one speaker suggested that to be the case. It's also unclear what sort of capacity that facility may have beyond treating JRL's leachate. That may need to be discussed in the capacity, that may need to be discussed in the context of the proposed CLF amendment, which I'll describe in a second. The next note is on engineering design concerns. The bill would implement these leachate treatment requirements for Juniper Ridge beginning July 1st, 2025. Whether that means JRL will construct its own treatment facility for that purpose or use a wastewater treatment plant with capability, perhaps the Anson-Madison Sanitary District facility. The development of that capability would need to begin well before implementation. Per the sponsor's amendment, the intent seems to be treatment to a 20 parts per trillion standard consistent with the resolve from last year. As I've noted, that resolve may lead by mid-2024 to the adoption of a different treatment standard for PFAS than the 20 parts per trillion. Per DEP, the EPA is currently conducting studies that could lead to the adoption of effluent limitation guidelines to limit pollution from certain sources, including landfills, before July 1st, 2025. EPA also anticipates adopting ambient water quality criteria for PFAS in 2022, applicable to aquatic life, and in 2024, applicable to human health. As suggested by DEP, efforts to design treatment facilities or capabilities for implementation July 1st, 2025 could be complicated by the potential for variations in recommended treatment standards before that date. There was concern expressed by some testifying that this bill, as well as the potential impacts from LD 1911's proposed restrictions on the management of biosolids, could increase costs to ratepayers of municipalities that either send material to Juniper Ridge or use any wastewater treatment facility that is designed or retrofitted to treat JRL's leachate for PFAS. As was suggested by multiple speakers and noted below, other states have taken or plan to take a variety of actions to address similar issues. I know you did receive today some other state information from DEP as well, so I'm not going to go state by state over this here. There's two more proposed amendments that I would note. One is from Conservation Law Foundation, which noted that PFAS contamination of Juniper Ridge leachate is not unique to Juniper Ridge, and that the leachate from other landfills raises the same issues. It suggested, with support from other speakers, that the bill be expanded to apply to all privately owned landfills. As I've noted here, if the argument behind this amendment is that landfill leachate generally contains PFAS concentrations at a level meriting treatment, if the committee wishes to discuss this proposal further, it may want to consider whether the same concerns are posed by leachate from landfills owned by municipalities and regional associations. In other words, not state-owned landfills and not privately owned landfills, as well as from inactive or closed landfills. As I understand from the briefing this morning, we'd be talking about inactive or closed lined landfills, as the unlined ones I don't think are capturing leachate. And finally, Casella suggested adopting a similar pilot program to that implemented in Vermont to better inform the development of treatment standards and technology for treating PFAS and leachate. Casella also suggested that the standard should ultimately be applied to wastewater discharges to the environment and not prior to the sending of leachate to a treatment facility from the landfill. I'll stop my share there and I can answer any questions anyone has.
Does the committee have any initial questions for Dan related to his analysis? Okay, so just to kind of frame our conversation about this piece of legislation, I don't envision us knowing exactly which direction we're going to go with this today. I sense that we're going to have some vibrant and generative conversation that hopefully will help send us in a direction. I have invited a handful of guests because I feel like they came up a lot in our conversation, and it's like everyone at the party's talking about you, but you're not at the party. And so the engineers from Anson who work for the firm that are helping to design the Anson-Madison facility are here. I'm hoping they can answer lots of questions for us, along with the DEP and hopefully some representatives from the tribe. So I'm going to bring the Good afternoon. Thanks so much for making time for us today.
You're welcome. Good to be here.
And let's see, you're Steve Woodward and Patrick McCowan. Welcome to both of you. Can you just give us a sense of sort of what you guys do locally and globally and your thoughts on Anson-Madison as it relates to the kinds of leachate and effluent and PFAS related products in the state that we might want to treat?
Sure. Our company develops and commercializes PFAS treatment technologies that we have deployed globally as far as Australia. And our focus is on sustainable treatment, minimizing waste generation. We have proven that we can treat all different types of waters, be it drinking water to much more challenging industrial wastewaters, down to various levels of regulation or standard, depending on the state or whatever is causing the treatment to progress down to that level. And so we have been our firm has been working for the Anson-Madison Sanitary District for a number of years, and we're very familiar with the challenges there. We're familiar with the challenges of all different types of waters that contain PFAS compounds. Frankly, just about anything is achievable in terms of removing the broad range of PFAS compounds out there and getting them down to, we have some systems that treat down to sub part per trillion levels, part per quadrillion levels. It's all a matter of cost, though. And so, and it's a matter of, where the water is going and what it's being used for. So basically we're a company in the state of Maine that has developed and patented technology that we're deploying. The Australian Department of Defense has come over and picked up some of our systems in airplanes to speed up the rate at which they're able to solve their problems. So we're well positioned to help out. We have answers in terms of treatment technologies, destruction of PFAS compounds, cost to do so, and how that is related to the treatment objectives or standards that apply.
I have just sort of a general question that may or may not be something that you can answer. I'm curious, when you look at states or jurisdictions, municipalities globally that are looking to treat their effluent and waste and their leachate, what are they shooting for as a rate?
Yeah, not a lot of states have been focused on leachates to date. You have Michigan and Colorado that have promulgated enforceable standards that are quite a bit more relaxed than what we're talking about here, the sum of 6, less than 20 here in Maine. Alaska has also they've promulgated some enforceable standards, but those apply to, well, actually what I'm talking about here is surface waters, and that's because we would be discharging from Anson-Madison to the surface waters. In terms of leachate, Patrick, are there two states, right? Michigan and Colorado?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, and again, those states have developed standards that are quite a bit more relaxed than what we're talking about here. Not to say that that's correct. I'm just setting the stage for where PFAS regulations for landfill leachates are in the United States. Outside of the US, people are still concerned about drinking water mainly. In some countries starting to become concerned about surface waters, but I haven't seen any regulations that pertain to landfill leachates outside of the US. Not to say that they don't exist, but I'm not aware of them.
Mm-hmm. Does the committee have any questions? Yes, Representative Tucker.
When you're designing and building a PFAS filtration system, do you have to know what the standard is going to be before you build it?
Absolutely.
Is it built in? I mean, suppose you build a plant that's that says take it down to a 20 per trillion. And then we decide that the standard is 10 parts per trillion. What happens then? Can they just turn a switch and make it a little bit more filtering?
Yes, typically if we go into the design, knowing that it may well be a moving target, we can design in the ability to flip the switch. And typically what happens is the O&M costs would increase somewhat, right? The media, whether it's ion exchange resin or granular activated carbon, would be changed out on a more frequent basis. But we would typically go into a design like this with employing the technologies that could get down to lower levels in the future, albeit with some O&M changes that would increase annual costs, potentially with the ability to add a step up front or a polishing step at the tail end, which would also increase capital. But that would be figured in to, because this whole landscape is a moving target, right? I mean, every state and many countries, it's very much a moving target. And so when we design these systems, we have to keep that in mind, that if we're designed for 70 parts per trillion, PFOS, PFOA, for instance, we're going to design that with the understanding that regulation is likely to move in the future, and there's only one direction that these regulations move, and that I've seen, and that's down.
I have a second question, if that's all right.
Yes.
Are leachates treated for PFAS ordinarily at the site of the landfill, or are they mostly located at waste treatment plants?
Yeah, there's not a lot of PFAS treatment of leachates happening at present, but it is, I would say, leachate treatment itself is split. Some landfills have their own leachate treatment systems. Some send their leachate to publicly owned treatment works. Some send them to industrial wastewater treatment operations, like a paper mill, for instance, might have a landfill that's 4 miles away, but their leachate is trucked or otherwise transported to that treatment system. But I would say it's more common that the leachate gets treated at, say, a municipal wastewater treatment plant than at the landfill itself, but certainly not always the case.
And my third and last question is, what is the price range for a leachate filtration system for PFAS on an average size landfill?
Yeah, and the answer depends mainly on, I mean, leachates vary somewhat in their characteristics, but the answer to your question depends more so on what the effluent discharge criteria are. And so just throwing some round numbers out there, it could be anywhere from $3 million to $25 million, depending on the situation.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Representative Siegler.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Woodward, for coming today. And actually, excuse me, the representative from Brunswick asked many of the questions I wanted to. Do you see any breakthroughs in technology in the next few years that would reduce the costs of this?
Definitely, there are breakthroughs that are happening all the time, because this is a relatively new science, and so one thing that one technology that I would point to is foam fractionation. Is a very cost-effective technology, and in fact, at Anson-Madison for several months this summer/fall, we pilot tested that technology. At the time, we were thinking the discharge criteria was going to be 70 parts per trillion PFAS plus PFOA, and we were able to successfully demonstrate that could be done using foam fractionation as the workhorse, followed by some polishing steps, carbon, followed by resin. So that's a very cost-effective technology that does not suffer from many O&M challenges. It doesn't foul or plug easily. Membranes, nanofiltration, reverse osmosis are other technologies that are now joining the fray, typically upstream of, say, an ion exchange resin treatment system. And what that does is it concentrates the waste so that you can have a smaller ion exchange or carbon system to do the bulk of the treatment, and that the bulk of the PFAS removal. So the membrane system cycles it up, increases concentration. The ion exchange resin system removes the PFAS from the water. And what the membrane does is allow you to use smaller vessels, less media, and generate less waste. So those are examples of how the technology is progressing to become more cost effective. The other exciting thing is that we're also developing technologies that allow us to destroy these compounds on site. And one of the challenges, let's just take the Department of Defense, for instance. They have a lot of Air Force bases where they have used lots of firefighting foam through the years, right? Which is loaded with PFAS. And it gets on the ground and it rains, and now it's in the groundwater. So we have treated many of these hotspots from say air bases. And Patrick, where was I going with that? I totally lost my train of thought.
Patrick ditched you. He had to head out to another meeting, but he'll be back shortly.
Good timing, Patrick. So just if you could just repeat the question, I'll get back on track here.
Actually, you were on the track that I wanted to ask you on the next. You said there's new technology, and I was going to ask. You said destruction, and I heard that when you first gave your presentation. And I'm really intrigued by the word destruction, because up until right now, we were under the assumption that we would be dealing with filtration that had, that essentially took the PFAS out, and we then have to put that into landfills. So you're actually talking about breaking the chain and destroying PFAS and turning it into a more neutral compound. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. And the reason I brought up the Air Force and Department of Defense is that they are very sensitive about the liability associated with transporting any kind of PFAS waste offsite. If it goes to an incinerator, it's still unclear where those PFAS compounds end up, right? They break down to some degree, but are they completely broken down? And when whatever goes up the stack, where does it end up? So the focus now is on breaking down those compounds, mineralizing them so that they are fluorine free on site where the treatment is taking place. In the case of Anson Madison, that would obviously be where that wastewater treatment plant is. And so we've developed, and our company ECT2 has developed and patented a technology that actually allows us to regenerate the ion exchange resin and then recover and reuse the regenerate solution. And then what we have left over is what we call still bottoms, because distillation is used to recover and regenerate the regenerate solution. And so those still bottoms are basically a salty, very low volume, very high concentration PFAS waste product. And these companies and universities, we're working with roughly 20 of them, including the University of Maine, are developing technologies that work well on low concentration or low volume, high concentration sources of liquid PFAS waste. So we've demonstrated successfully on-site destruction for the Air Force at the former Pease Air Force Base in New Hampshire, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, and also for some pretty large industrial manufacturers that are confidential for reasons of trying to stay out of the news. But there's a lot of progress, lots of money, and a ton of effort, mainly on the part of universities, but also some startup companies, to get to that point of being able to have to transport no PFAS waste offsite. And so that's our company being, from Maine and being a company that develops sustainable treatment technologies for emerging contaminants and other difficult to treat contaminants. That's where a lot of our focus is right now. And we have a number of government funded projects that are proving that out. And so it's getting close. We're not far away.
So is that correct that if you could go to the landfill, you could remove the PFAS from the material that's coming into the landfill? I'm not talking about leachate at this point, but the actual material that they are putting in the landfill because it's contaminated? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, well, whether the PFAS is coming from leachate or municipal wastewater or septage or industrial wastewater, wherever it becomes treated, we have a technology that uses ion exchange resin to treat that, which is very effective at removing PFAS from water, getting it down to very low levels, as low as non-detect in the effluent. And then that resin, which are these little plastic beads that are housed inside of steel or fiberglass vessels, those are what that contain high concentrations of PFAS, because the PFAS adsorb or stick to the plastic beads. And then it's the regeneration, using it, basically flowing a solution that can then desorb or remove those PFAS compounds from these little plastic beads. But to answer your question, it's a lot easier in most cases, to remove PFAS from water that is not, say, straight septage or straight cow manure or straight leachate, just because those are very concentrated streams that have a lot of other, TOC, iron, TDS. But if we bring these really high concentrated streams into a treatment plant that treats other sources, it tends to get blended together and is easier to remove from the water. Not saying it can't be done, but that is more typical.
And just my last quick question. There are no quick questions, but I just said that. In regards to other states dealing with leachate, there's only 2 states you mentioned, but do you think that's on the horizon for other states? Are they talking about it? Have you heard any information that maybe more states will be moving to deal with leachate?
Certainly, there's certainly chatter about it. I haven't seen anything more than talk and I guess nothing that would indicate a standard, whether it's enforceable or not. But you do hear chatter about it in the inside the club.
Thank you.
Sure.
Senator Carney has a question.
Thank you. And thank you for being here, Mr. Woodard. I wanted to continue the questioning that that my colleague, Representative Ziegler, was pursuing. So when you were speaking about the process of destroying the PFAS, do you end up with a low volume, high concentrate material that still has PFAS in it, or are the PFAS compounds completely gone after that process?
So our process still has PFAS in it, but some of these destruction, I'll give you some examples, like plasma. There are various types of plasma technologies can, through through processes of oxidation and reduction, can strip off the fluorine atoms, convert them to fluoride, and then basically what you have left over is carbon dioxide and fluoride. Electrochemical oxidation is another technology. Supercritical water oxidation, I heard that one mentioned earlier today when I was listening at 9 o'clock. Hydrothermal alkaline treatment. There are a dozen different technologies that are under development by some very smart, university professors and grad students in most cases. So it's exciting stuff. Our company has not developed or even worked on developing any of these destructive technologies, just because we have our hands full and are collaborating with something like 20 different entities.
So in the commercial work that you're doing then, for your clients, you end up having this low volume, high concentration PFAS, and is that actually stored on site wherever the remediation work is being done?
What we do with it right now is, so we don't have any full scale operational on-site destruction systems. We've demonstrated it at multiple sites at a smaller scale. And so what we also developed and patented a process called superloading, which takes and converts that low volume, high strength liquid stream into a solid waste. Round numbers, 1 million gallons of heavily contaminated water treated ends up producing about a gallon of solid waste. In fact, we've had a system running at the former Pease Air Force Base for over 3 years now that we've produced less than 100 gallons. We've treated over 50 million gallons and produced something like 50 gallons of waste. They haven't had to transport any of it outside. So that sits on site until it has to be transported. Ultimately, it needs to be incinerated or landfill, though, which, if we were to couple our technology with a destructive technology, it wouldn't sit around. It would be fed directly to the destructive technology, which would be located on site. I mean, you could also have a central system that would do that, but one of our largest clients are typically either governmental agencies or industries that have big problems, right? And they just are not interested in transporting waste at all if they can get away with it. But you could have, in the state of Maine, for instance, we could have ultimately 3 or 4 Anson-Madison sanitary district treatment plants, and then one central regen system that serves those, and one central PFAS destruction system that would serve. That's what we've done in Australia. We have sites where we have 3 or 4 different PFAS treatment systems that are all feeding one central regeneration system.
Okay, thank you. You got to where I was headed without me having to ask you any intervening questions, but I was wondering, what happens at the end of the process? What would we as a state be left with that we need to, either dispose of or securely store so that it doesn't contaminate the environment again? But thank you for that answer.
Well,
I have a quick question before we move on to Senator Bennett. The chambers that you're talking about, do they vary in size, and how much product can they hold?
Yeah, 100%. They vary in size. They can be as small as a water softener that might be in your basement, which would hold something like 30 gallons, and they can be as large as 12 feet in diameter and 12 feet tall, which would hold hundreds of cubic feet of material.
Thank you. Senator Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thanks so much for organizing a productive session. And Dr. Woodard, great to have you here, and thank you for the information. I have some kind of basic questions. I'm trying to understand the application of this technology in the bill that's been presented, and maybe you have some thoughts about that. But if you've read the bill, and seen some of the discussion, but so, as I understand it, the proposal is to gather this leachate, which in a properly functioning landfill is actually essentially reservoired at the bottom of the landfill. And then I gather we would drain that off through some, or pump it off somewhere into a truck, send it to Anson Madison, have it treated, or a facility like that, have it treated, and then we could be left with some residual material that if we can't destroy the PFAS with current technology in a cost-effective way, there may be sufficiently small amounts of it that we would be able to store that in a secure place and then decide either deal with it now and then, or store it for future disposal when it's safe to do so. Am I understanding that, or do I have it all wet? I'd be really appreciative for your for understanding kind of the mechanics of this document.
No, you're understanding it very well. The one distinction I'll make though is that when I talk about producing really like one gallon of waste per million gallons treated, that's employing our regenerable resin technology, including the super loading step that converts that low volume, high concentration waste into a solid waste. That technology is not what's being proposed right now at Anson Madison. What's being proposed at Anson Madison is ion exchange resin, but single use ion exchange resin without the regen step, because it does cost extra capital to build that regeneration system. We can certainly include it. And I think it makes sense to include it when you get a certain number of facilities and a certain amount of waste. At some point, the savings in O&M and the reduction in waste generation far outweigh the capital costs that you spend to build that regeneration system. But right now, what's on the books is a single use. So we would use either foam fractionation or membranes to reduce the amount of waste, right? And then that concentrated PFAS would go into an ion exchange resin, probably preceded by granular activated carbon. And then the media, mainly plastic beads that are contaminated with the PFAS, would go to the Crossroads landfill, which the leachate from that facility, it's a closed loop process, the leachate from that facility would come right back to the Anson Madison Sanitary District. And so there would be more waste generated that way. It would be less expensive and it would be a closed loop system. Personally, I would prefer to put our regenerable resin system in where you would generate such a small amount of waste that you could store it on site for a long period of time. But you know, the money would have to, it would be an extra, $1.5 million or so to add that to the process.
To your current project that you're working on,
right?
And is that sufficient? You mentioned that we may have several similar facilities around the state, but I'm wondering, and I suppose it depends on how many landfills we're working with, as proposed by some others that we extend it to municipal landfills, et cetera. Is this, just in terms of capacity, is it conceivable that we could get by with the one facility, or would we need to really think about building several around the state?
I think, I don't have the best handle on how many different sources. I saw the map this morning and a lot of land spreading of septage and biosolids and I know there are a number of landfills around the state. So I'm probably not the best equipped to answer that, but I know that facility at Anson Madison used to treat a lot of waste from the Madison paper industry mill. And if we could propose and execute some substantial upgrades that could provide a lot of capacity for future treatment of leachate, septage, biosolids, contaminated manure, whatever. It's a large plot of land. It's a question of getting the right technology or train of technologies lined up to be able to do that. And I like that idea because it keeps all the PFAS waste in one place, right? You could accomplish the United States Department of Defense's objective of, if no PFAS waste leaves your site, that ends the trail of liability, right? The trail of tears, I call it, right? Because once it leaves the site, it becomes a liability, because if it gets incinerated, like I said, it could go up the stack, and who knows? We just don't have enough data to know that that's a completely destructive process. And in fact, the Navy stopped and banned incineration two years ago of PFAS waste. So
who owns the Anson-Madison facility?
Patrick, I think you're back on now. Can you grab that one?
I don't know if it's the town of Madison or if it's its own.
Who's making the investment? Who's paying for the for the system that you're working?
I'm gonna invite either the commissioner or Brian Kavanaugh to join us for this part of the conversation.
Thank you, Senator.
Sure. In response to that question, it's the Anson-Madison Sanitary District. So it's a district created by the legislature. It's a quasi-municipal entity. It's not town-owned. It's a quasi-municipal entity.
So, who are they paid? How do they pay for the operations and the capital costs for the facility?
Could you repeat that? I didn't get that.
How do they? Who's paying the bill on the underwriting the capital costs, and then also the operations and paying for the cleanup operations?
Sure. All O&M costs at a facility are borne by the ratepayers, but there are grants and loans available for infrastructure improvements. And so for this particular project, the department has committed $2 million from our Clean Water SRF and from ARPA funds, and allocated for another $1.5 million from congressionally direct spending. So that's going into this particular project. Long-term O&M on any project would be borne by the ratepayers.
Okay, and
in conjunction with whatever revenue may also be generated from materials being brought to the facility for disposal.
So we could have some sort of fee-for-service operation with that particular facility. And is their board publicly appointed? How is the Anson-Madison Sanitary District governed?
Most districts have a board of trustees that oversee the operation.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to get down the weeds so far, but
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Mr. Woodard, so if I understood correctly what you said earlier, that retrofitting, let's say the York wastewater treatment plant, if they wanted to be able to filter out their PFAS from their wastewater treatment, that wouldn't be cost effective, or could they employ your little plastic beads, or could it be put in?
They absolutely could do that. Yes. Yeah. It can be, the technology can be effectively and cost effectively employed at publicly owned treatment works, municipal wastewater treatment facilities, and industrial facilities around the state cost effectively. It's just that if we want to take the route of minimizing waste with the ability to also destroy on site, then designing and constructing the regeneration and destruction facilities at each of the POTWs would become expensive. That's where you want to centralize that portion of it. And if you're going to centralize that portion of it, it may make sense to bring in leachates and septage and other PFAS bearing materials to more of a central facility as opposed to spreading it out.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, really grateful for your willingness to join us this afternoon. I also want to bring in Brian. Well, Brian Kavanaugh's here, and we wanted to hear from the folks from the tribe about, let's see, Dan Kuznieras. I'm going to bring Dan over. Just other thoughts about Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, thank you for having me.
I just wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to circle around and hear from you about how your community is feeling about sort of where we're sitting right now with this legislation and your thoughts on forward motion.
So, you know, I haven't been engaged in having conversations widespread with the community, but the general, you know, I think we're very encouraged by the discussions that we're hearing. It appears that there is technology out there to do what this bill proposes to do, and you know, not to complicate it, but there's a lot of other PFAS issues that you folks have been trying to address, and it sort of sounds like there may be some ways to collectively deal with some of that other PFAS waste as well. So I'm encouraged to hear that.
All right. Any conversation from the committee? Any thoughts? Yes, Representative Ziegler.
Yes, Dan, so you would consider continuing conversations among the stakeholders on this bill to get perhaps more direction?
Yeah, we would certainly be interested in continuing to be part of that dialogue.
All right, so my read on where we are right now is that we don't actually have a specific direction for which way we would like this to go. I want to make sure we offer the committee as much opportunity to ask questions of our experts and stakeholders this afternoon before we let them go. And what I would propose is probably a tabling motion. Yes, Representative Tucker. You're muted, Representative.
I wanted to ask Shelby Wright a question if she's willing.
Shelby, if you're in the attendee space and are willing to come over, you could raise your hand. Oh, there we go. We also have Bill Longfellow from Bureau of General Services to talk about funding for such a facility at Juniper Ridge, if that would be of interest for folks.
Hello, I think I missed the question while I was in the waiting room, while I was transitioning.
He didn't ask it yet. He was being patient and waiting for you to arrive.
Oh, great. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, would it be possible from an engineering point of view to add in some PFAS filtration equipment right at the landfill, right beyond that big tank of leachate?
So I'm not an engineer at the landfill, obviously, nor do I know all the parameters that the DEP would require to permit such a such a technology to be installed on that site, as that site has never been inspected or qualified for that type of development. That said, I do know that Casella is very interested in, working to face this issue like straight on. And so although I can't give you a direct answer today, I would have to say that we would have to look more into that technology before I would be able to answer that question directly.
Now, at one of the prior hearings, I understood that Juniper Ridge was shipping maybe 20 tanker trucks per week.
That's correct.
From the landfill over to a wastewater treatment plant on the Penobscot. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, we ship the leachate daily over to the Old Town Mill for treatment.
Now, my question is, how does that distance compare to the distance to Anson, Madison?
Well, the treatment that we receive from the Old Town Mill as part of the OSA, they send us their waste sludges and their materials to the landfill, and they treat our leachate, so it's a $0 exchange, I do believe. So anytime that you add that amount of transportation, I believe, I don't have my Google Maps out, but I think Anson is probably about, I don't know, 75 to 100 miles away from Old Town. That would just be my back of the napkin guess. So adding in those transportation expenses and adding in a disposal fee, I mean, even if it were pennies on the gallon, would produce a substantial increase in operational costs for that.
And how would those costs be recouped?
Ratepayer, by the ratepayers.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? The people who pay at the gate?
Correct. Yeah, the operational costs would be borne by the users of the Juniper Ridge landfill.
Okay.
Disposal.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? All right. Anybody have anyone else they would like to ask questions of this afternoon? Any other additional information we would like to collect as we start to think through what to do with this bill? All right. Yes, Representative Tucker.
I move we table this bill.
Second the motion.
All right, a show of hands. All right, thank you, everyone. Further discussion on this at another date. Thanks everyone who joined us this afternoon. I'm really grateful for your time and your willingness to share your thoughts with us.
Very welcome.
All right, now moving on, we're gonna open a work session on LD 1911. And this is, wait for it, this is an act to prohibit the contamination of clean soils with so-called forever chemicals. Dan, how about if you launch us with your analysis?
Dan's muted.
Hey, Dan, you might have to start over. We could see your screen, but we couldn't hear your commentary.
For the record, I think that's the first time I've forgotten to unmute myself, which it's sad to see that go. All right.
An historic event.
Try that again. The bill LD 1911 prohibits the land application or distribution of sludge or sludge-derived compost unless it's tested for all PFAS that may reasonably be quantified by a laboratory, and the level of a PFAS that's in the sludge or compost, and for which the DEP has established a screening level for beneficial use in rule does not exceed that established screening level. It requires DEP to adopt rules to implement the requirements of the law, including a requirement that sludge and sludge-derived compost intended for land application or distribution be tested at least annually. The bill also requires DEP to amend Appendix A in its Rule Chapter 418 regarding beneficial use of solid waste to update and establish screening levels for beneficial use for PFAS. The first note I have here is regarding the scope. As noted by Defender Health and DEP, the bill as written does not appear to affect existing licenses except where the DEP would be considering a license modification request. Defender Health suggested the intent of the bill was to apply to both new and existing licenses and supports such a clarifying amendment. The DEP in its testimony suggested the following approach to addressing the concerns raised by the bill. First, to prohibit the distribution of sludge-derived compost that exceeds any established screening level that is intended for residential use. Two, to prohibit the licensing of any new or proposed new or expanded land application and composting facilities and activities that involve sludge or sludge-derived compost that exceeds any established screening level. And three, direct DEP to develop a plan and associated timeframe to be submitted later in 2022 to eliminate land application and distribution of sludge and sludge-derived compost exceeding established PFAS screening levels. The Section 2 of the bill provides that by January 1st, 2023, the BEP shall amend Appendix A of DEP Rule Chapter 418 to address screening levels for various PFAS. Although not entirely clear in the statutory authority for Chapter 418, those rules have been treated as major substantive due to the inclusion of a major substantive rules designation in an unallocated provision of a 2011 public law. Those of you who were on the committee last legislature will recall in 2020, LD 1781 proposed to designate certain changes to Appendix A of Chapter 418 as routine technical, but that bill was not enacted prior to the early adjournment of the legislature in March 2020. The committee had also proposed to address that issue of having the rules designation be included in a 2011 public law unallocated provision, which is obviously not the best way to do it. Given then that the changes proposed in Section 2 of the bill likely require a major substantive rulemaking, the committee should consider amending the language to refer to provisional adoption rather than amendment and may want to reevaluate the rulemaking timeline generally. It should also be noted that DEP has suggested a more appropriate timeframe for the rulemaking proposed in the bill would be an initiation of that rulemaking by December 31st, 2023. Other speakers also suggested that the January 1st, 2023 completion date in the bill for rulemaking is too quick for a process that is anticipated to be time consuming. The next note is regarding the volume of sludge. In response to a member question regarding the amount of sludge in Maine being composted, land applied, or landfilled, DEP responded that in 2020, 11 composting facilities reported to have distributed sludge-derived compost, having taken in about 57,000 tons of sludge, and 4 treatment plants reported having done any land application. There was about 3,000 tons land applied. Juniper Ridge landfill reported taking in 82,400 tons of sludge in 2020 for disposal. It was also noted that Casella's Hawk Ridge facility in Unity was the largest sludge composter. Most other composters were municipal composting operations. It was noted that, at least in terms of Hawk Ridge, some sludge does come from out of state, although Hawk Ridge also distributes its compost both in Maine and out of state. There was some concern expressed by those testifying that this bill, as well as the potential impacts from LD 1875, proposed requirements regarding the treatment of landfill leachate could increase costs to municipal utility ratepayers, especially those that currently send material to Juniper Ridge or compost or land apply municipal sludge. Multiple speakers expressed concern regarding an approved practice of mixing so-called clean soil with PFAS contaminated soil prior to land application or composting, so that the resulting mixture does not exceed the current screening level for PFAS. It is unclear, however, whether the bill as drafted would affect that practice, particularly for sludge-derived compost. The Natural Resources Council proposed that the committee consider adopting a producer responsibility program that would require manufacturers of PFAS or products with PFAS added to them to pay for the costs of remediation, landfilling, and leachate treatment associated with PFAS contamination. The Lewiston-Auburn Water Pollution Control Authority recommended the committee consider allowing the site testing and monitoring provisions of LD 1600 enacted last session to proceed, and to have DEP engage in the Appendix A screening level updates as proposed, however, with a later time frame for rulemaking than January 1st, 2023 completion date proposed in the bill. The Portland Water District recommended adopting one of the 2020 PFAS task force recommendations and have DEP further investigate the availability of treatment and disposal technologies for PFAS contamination, and for the state to promote the development of necessary infrastructure to manage PFAS waste safely and cost effectively. I'll stop the share now and answer any questions.
All right, any initial questions for Dan? So we do have in discussion an amendment for this bill that wasn't quite ready today for sharing with everyone. Still working through some of the finer details, but Dan, could you walk us through what we're intending with this amendment?
Sure, and some of the technical aspects I think DEP could probably speak to better, and
Great.
I wasn't 100% clear that everything that we discussed was going to ultimately be included in the amendment, but I can sort of frame it out for everyone.
That'd be great.
So this would,
let's see, do we want Paula Clark here for this? Maybe I'll bring her in for questions. But go ahead.
So this would replace the bill, and the first change would be to include an emergency preamble and clause, so the bill would take effect upon enactment. The first portion of the amendment would be a general prohibition on the application or land spreading in the state of sludge, of all sludge, a complete prohibition on the application or spreading of sludge, of any compost material that included sludge or septage in its production, and any other product or material derived from or containing sludge or septage that's intended for use as a fertilizer, soil amendment, topsoil replacement, mulch, or other similar agricultural purpose. So that would be an immediate total prohibition on the application or land spreading of sludge, compost materials, and other products or materials that contain sludge or septage for an agricultural purpose. It would also include a prohibition on the application or spreading of septage, but that would not begin until January 1st, 2024. The second aspect of the prohibition would be a prohibition on the sale or distribution in the state of compost materials that include sludge or septage in production, and any other agricultural products that contain or are derived from sludge or septage. I can answer any questions on that prohibition because the rest of it, the amendment is slightly different. I don't know if that would be helpful to do that or just continue through the amendment.
Let's stop here for questions. Yes, Senator Bennett.
Yeah, just for clarity, this is the amendment would stop the spreading of all those materials, even those that have been proven demonstrably not to contain any PFAS before.
It would not rely on any sort of screening level. It would prohibit those activities as long as we're talking about sludge or compost or agricultural materials containing sludge or septage. It would be a prohibition on the activity.
So the assumption being that it all contains PFAS. And
I think that is the assumption. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted
and then septage beginning 2024.
Thank you. And just could you just give us the legal definition of septage under Maine law?
Well, let me pull it up if you'll give me a second. But it's essentially what's pumped out of septic systems.
You don't know that off the top of your head.
I tried memorizing it last night and it didn't stick. Septage.
As good as septage doesn't stick.
Right. Septage means waste, refuge, waste, refuse, effluent, sludge, and any other materials from septic tanks, cesspools, and any other similar facilities.
Senator Kearney.
Thank you. Dan, with regard to the second element of that, the banning the sale of any compost with sludge or septage in it, does that raise, if it's imported from out of state, does that raise Commerce Clause issues that we should be concerned about?
No, not as I understand it. You would be limiting the sale of a product in the state,
regardless of where it was produced.
Right. You mean you wouldn't be able to limit the sale of the product out of the state. So if Hawkridge, for example, would continue to sell its compost outside of the state, this would not affect it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Hi. Yes, I think this may be a question for Paula Clark. Is it right? Do we have a real reason to assume this? What this amendment does is it's really just assuming that all septage, all sludge is contaminated with PFAS. Is that borne out by facts? Is that borne out that it generally would be true?
Generally, it is true, and I don't have all of the results in front of me, but for results from 2020, all of these sludge facilities, the compost facilities, had levels of PFAS in the sludge that exceeded the existing standards in Chapter 418. There was one small treatment plant that produced a sludge that was land applied. Now, it was a small quantity. That was the only result from 2020 that I've seen that did not exceed PFOA and PFOS. But in general, yes, they do exceed the standards. The data on septage is more limited, but all of the evidence to date is that septage contains significant levels of PFAS as well.
And may I follow up?
Yes, of course.
So if we do this, if we just say we don't do it, what I feel like we have to say we don't do it until certain things have happened, I guess, and I don't know what that would be. Is there anything that we could add that would say we're suspending it, we're prohibiting it, not forever, but and maybe we should prohibit forever, I'm not sure, but is there, at what point would we stop prohibiting it if there was a point?
Well, the point that has been discussed solely to date is around whether or not the thresholds have been exceeded or not for PFAS. And I don't know what would cause the levels of PFAS to decline in the immediate future, certainly, that would cause them to be less than those threshold values. So I don't know what you could put in the statute that would be a trigger to allow this to resume. I think we're looking at this as being a long enough term problem. So perhaps the solution, if it became appropriate at some point in the future, would be to come back legislatively and revisit the issue. But I don't know what it would be in the short term.
Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Thank you. Hello, Paula.
Hi, thank you.
Hey. I'm wondering if we know that there's PFAS also in the septage, why are we not making that an emergency action too? Why are we waiting on that? That's my first question. My second question goes back to the compost and the sale of compost. So if I go to my Home Depot or Lowe's, the compost there that's been made in other places, is that also not going to be allowed for sale if it's got sludge if it was made with sludge. So 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay. In terms of septage, I don't believe there's anything magical about the January 24 date that Dan mentioned. However, when we think about septage, it really falls into a somewhat different category for several reasons than sludge does. The septage, and it's not huge volumes that were land applied. Again, in 2020, there were roughly, I'm guessing maybe 45 sites that received land applied septage in 2020. The volumes are not enormous. It's usually reported in gallons, but you can convert that to, to tons and cubic yards. And I think in total, we were looking at about 5,600 cubic yards in 2020 that was land applied. Part of what makes the septage situation different is that much of the septage that is land applied by small septage operators. They are certainly a different regulated community than if we're dealing with treatment plants or with landfills. And some of those are not proximate to a treatment plant, for instance. They might have to travel 100 miles before they could get to a treatment plant if they could find a treatment plant that was willing and able to accept the septage. And so, in view of those types of problems, it does seem to us that septage is a different sort of situation, and we should help the septage operators in particular identify options and to try to assist them through that process. We would hate to see situations arise where, for instance, residential property owners were not getting their septic tanks pumped because their septage hauler simply quit the business. Or we begin to see more illegal disposal of septage because of the complications of taking it to a legal disposal or management site. So in general, those are the kinds of things that come to mind in the septage realm. My thought is that if the committee chooses to move forward with a ban, that it would be appropriate to include those out-of-state products that may contain sludge or septage. There are a few. They are licensed in the state of Maine currently for distribution. Some of them are pellets, for instance, that are sludge derived from another state. I do think it would be important to capture those, the sale of those, at your local, Home Depot and Lowe's. Those are the places where you might likely see those. And I think they should be captured in any ban, again, if the committee chose to move forward in that direction.
Thank you. That makes sense. I mean, if we're not going to allow the stuff that's made right here, we certainly shouldn't be allowing the stuff from other places. So thank you.
Representative Bloom.
Thank you. What are the implications to the economy or to what this business of sludge used on farms and used however we're using it, the composting facility, all of that? If we don't allow it, then all of the sludge has to go to the landfill, right? We're still going to have a leachate problem, but all the sludge would go to landfills, and we'd stop doing the other practices with it. And is that going? And I think this was. I wanted to make sure I had the answer correctly. What does that do for landfill capacity? How much extra does it really mean at this point?
In terms of landfill capacity, just looking at the raw numbers that we have about how much of this is being produced and handled, I think the landfill capacity exists to accept it. I don't think that it would cause the landfills to all of a sudden be depleted of capacity as a result of this. I do have the numbers, and I could share more specific numbers, but I don't see that happening. With respect to the facilities themselves, I mean, I believe that they would certainly tell you that it's going to be, they would see a financial impact, obviously, if all of a sudden they were not able to operate their compost facilities. Most of the compost facilities that are active presently are municipal. There are a couple of exceptions to that. Hawk Ridge is the most significant exception. That is a Casella operated compost facility. However, they accept a significant amount of out-of-state sludge into their process. So when you set that aside and eliminate the out-of-state, they fall into line with the other facilities in terms of how much in-state sludge they're actually accepting. There's one other private sludge composting facility that accepts sludge only. It's relatively small. And there are several, we put them in the category of sludge composting facilities, but in fact, what they are composting is dewatered septage. And, but it's used in a similar fashion to sludge. So our sludge compost numbers include several of these, again, privately operated septage dewatering and composting facilities. So I think that generally just to give you some perspective on the numbers, I can find them here. My recollection is that Juniper Ridge in 2020 accepted around, I think it was 82,000 tons of sludge. And the total tonnage from sludge composting facilities in 2020 was around 60,000 tons. But again, you need to subtract out that volume that was out of state sludge. So it's less than that. I think I had reported to you last time that there were only 4 treatment plants in the state that land applied any volume in 2020. And so again, that was a fairly small amount, about 2,700 tons.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula Clark. Are there any other questions from the committee? I'm wondering whether you might be the best person, or perhaps Commissioner Loisum, Paula, to speak about what sorts of relief measures that we might be able to provide to municipalities as they transition from producing compost and having that return from the sale, and also the increased expense of needing to dispose of their sludge differently.
Melanie, I don't know if you want to speak to that, if you want me to do it, or both of us.
Well, I was going to let you talk about, I think, the question specifically pertaining to municipalities and their composting efforts. Is that correct, Senator Brenner?
Yeah, I guess overall what I'm looking for is perhaps some sense of whether or not we might have some way to soften the blow for municipalities who are going to lose revenue and then also have to assume an additional expense for disposal.
I don't have very much experience with the composting facilities and the revenue impacts. I don't know if that's something you could speak to, Paula.
Yeah. I think the individual municipalities in terms of their composting operations are in different places. Some of them are quite small, and I don't know that the revenue from their sale of compost is very significant. There may be some that do sell their compost, and they might take a revenue hit. It's not an enormous amount of compost that they produce. I think probably the greater expense for them, if they made the shift from compost to landfilling, would be the actual cost of landfilling, the transportation cost to get it there, and the tipping fee. Just looking at my list here, the largest volume that was handled by a municipal facility in 2020 was they took in about 2,400 tons of material. And I don't know if these individual facilities sell their compost. I know that some of them give it away, particularly the smaller ones. And so there really isn't much of a revenue question there. But again, I think switching to a different option is where the greatest financial impact is. I would mention that, again, Hawk Ridge is in a different category. That's a commercial operation. The impact to that large commercial operation would obviously be very different than a small municipal one.
Thanks. Representative Bloom?
Yes, thank you. Senator Brenner, I wanted to ask about the amendment again. Did you consider, is that part of your consideration, or whoever wrote the amendment, part of the consideration is compensation for banning this, for prohibiting this?
No, it's not built into the amendment in any way currently.
Are you thinking that it might be a good idea to do that, or what are you thinking?
Well, I'm not sure it's necessary for it to be in the amendment in statute. I think there was perhaps some discussion earlier that we had, Commissioner, where there might be some funding. Perhaps you can mention the funding from the emerging contaminants.
Yes, I was wondering if that's where you were going with that line of questioning. So as Director Kavanaugh mentioned earlier, there is funds available through the state revolving loan fund. Some of that money originally came from the American Rescue Plan Act. Now from the Federal Infrastructure Act, there's going to be a significant amount of wastewater infrastructure funding available. So for the wastewater districts that may need to be able to, let's say, receive additional septic materials to manage, they would have the opportunity to apply for a much larger pool of funding. There's also a small amount of that federal dollars that is specifically for emerging contaminants.
Thank you for that. Representative Tucker?
Thank you. I would like to hear from Jeff McBurney, who would know about Hawks Ridge. I'd like to ask him a question.
Okay.
Sorry, did you want me to go through the rest of the amendment, or
Let's
continue with this?
Yeah, let's perhaps bring Ms. Jeff McBurney in, and then we will transition back to you, Dan, for the remainder of the amendment. Welcome.
Sorry, well, I had to undo all the buttons.
Do you want to do Dan first or Mr. McBurney?
No, go right ahead for your question.
Mr. McBurney, what is your reaction to the discussion about sludge and compost?
Well, obviously it's not a good impression, but to be honest with you, it's only partially unexpected. And I do understand some of the logic behind it. Having said that, we thought we had a management plan that was working. I think there's some effort to try to tie in past practices to what we do today. But ultimately, it's a matter of, the original bill was at least purportedly trying to close a loophole, which unfortunately is not. There wasn't a loophole. That was the actual application of science and the ability to manage problematic materials by applying best management practices. Otherwise, using them in a way that shouldn't have an impact to the environment. With that being said, there's that discussion is gone because now we're talking about an outright ban. The statement was made, when can we go back and reconsider this? And ultimately, it is a long-term degradation and diminishment of these compounds. But we have seen in our data of the materials we take that there is a decline in most of the sludges we manage. Certainly on a national level, the blood serum concentrations in the human body in the U.S. is dropping for both PFOS and PFOA. But it's going to be difficult. And I will say that it's not as simple as just sending it all to the landfill. Yes, there is quote unquote capacity, there's airspace, but ultimately these materials require a different type of handling, just like at the compost facility where we have to determine how much bulking agent, amendment, sawdust and chips have to be added to be able to manage the moisture in that. And the landfill has an equal task in trying to get that material stable enough to dispose of in a landfill. So there will be a capacity because a lot of it relies on what they bring in for daily other waste that come in that they can bulk it up with. And then beyond that, it will require other materials to be used. And that obviously is at a cost. So the hit to municipality, it's already happening. There's already a regional lack of capacity. So what happens here in Maine is not just going to stay here in Maine. There'll be a ripple effect. The cost will continue to climb. And obviously with already having to deal with a $10 fee to handle sludge. So even though we now have lost the disposal option, we're still handling it because it's being generated. So there'll be that cost that hasn't even been considered yet by the municipalities because we don't know how it's going to be applied and when it's going to be applied. So certainly as our capacity to manage waste, in our case directly sludge, is impacted, the rates will go up, and they've been going up for the last few years anyway. So that's kind of my quick, unfortunately rambling comment.
Thank you very
Representative
much.
Tucker, did you have another question?
No, I did not.
I have a question for you. How much sludge did you handle at the compost facility in 2020?
Roughly 40,000 tons. 40,000 tons.
How much was that for Maine?
Probably between 15 and 20%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions from the committee? All right, Dan, how about you walk us through?
Sure. So the other parts of the amendment deal with changes made by the committee and the legislature in the last session with LD 1600. So I'm just going to bring up a copy of that law. So as you recall, 1600 created this new land application contaminant monitoring fund, which was funded by a fee that Jeff just referenced, and that's down here in subsection 3, handling fee. The determination of how the fee would be assessed and collected was left to DEP rulemaking. You'll see under subsection 4. And so the intent of this next portion of the amendment would be to clarify in statute how that fee is imposed and collected, given the other part of the amendment that would institute a prohibition on land application or spreading of sludge and eventually septage. And so some of the details are still being worked out on this, the actual mechanics of the collection, but the intent would be that there would be a $10 per ton fee on the disposal at a landfill of sludge or septage. And that fee would be collected in the same manner that other waste handling fees are collected by the operator of the landfill. There is still some discussion about a per ton or equivalent fee on septage that would be taken to a treatment plant for treatment. I understand how that fee would be assessed and collected and remitted is a little bit more difficult to manage than the disposal fee for landfilling. But the intent here would be to revise this fee provision in statute and to also remove the requirement that DEP adopts rules imposing that fee. So in other words, to have the parameters of the fee set out entirely in statute. In addition to this change would be, I believe, to bump the beginning of that fee imposition out to January 1st, 2023, given that the fee has not yet been assessed by the department since rulemaking has not occurred. And the fee, at least as it was described in statute, is intended to be assessed annually. And if a sort of waste handling fee model similar to other waste handling fees is incorporated, it would be a fee that is collected each time the material is disposed of or taken to a treatment plant and not assessed on an annual basis. So the only other change that is being proposed is we have this unallocated section from LD 1600 regarding the testing of locations with land applications of sludge or septage. And this number 4 under here requires any entity licensed or permitted to apply sludge or septage at a location to submit to an evaluation of the location or the program, meaning testing of the location and then providing the DEP with the results. And so I don't know if you can, my highlighting here will come up, but there's not very well. There's this language here that says prior to January 1st, 2026, any of those persons that are licensed for this activity may not submit a request to the department to surrender that license or permit prior to its expiration unless they've submitted to such evaluation and have provided the department with the results of any testing conducted. As I understand from the department, and they can speak to this more, that language has become problematic, and it would be simpler if that language was removed. So I'll stop my share here, and I can answer any questions about the change to the fee provision or that additional language in the unallocated section.
Any questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Any further discussion today? Yes, Representative Bloom.
Yeah, I'm just.
You're muted, Representative.
We're prohibiting doing it at all. But what if a water district wanted to, not a sewage treatment plant wanted to install this, instead, they still wanted to be able to use the sludge. So they wanted to install a filtration system that would take the PFOA out. Would that, I mean, maybe that would be a choice that we could give them. I'm just trying to think of something that, I agree that we should ban it, but if there's a possibility that we can invest, that someone would want to invest in that technology, it takes the, what does it say, 1 million gallons and brings it down to a gallon of waste with has PFAS contamination. It was just something that I was thinking about, and I don't know if that's if that makes sense, or it may just be absolutely unattainable financially, economically, to do such a thing.
Paula Clark or Commissioner Loisum, you could chime in, but I'll attempt to answer this. I don't believe that there is an appropriate current existing technology that's going to be able to treat the sludge, the sewage, specifically for the removal of PFAS. I think we're much more closer to having the capacity to treat the effluent, but I don't believe that we're going to be able to treat the sludge on site. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Loisum.
Wait, I thought we just heard I just asked the same question of the man who owned who talked about the technology, and he said yes, you could do it, you could bring it in, but it just may not be cost effective because you end up also having to, what's the word, regenerative storage of the contaminated material.
I could take a stab at that, and I hate to try to characterize what somebody else had said, but I think what I understood Mr. Woodard to say was that you could do just about anything with an unlimited amount of money, and that the treatment of liquid waste is much easier than it is a more solid material, and that the sludge would be a much more solid fraction than the liquid wastewater that's the kind of technology they are contemplating installation in Anson, Madison, and other locations. So going for that sludge fraction and trying to destroy the PFAS content in that volume of waste would be far more expensive and challenging.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Thank you. I wanted to note that I understand your concerns, Representative Bloom, but I feel like the direction that this amendment is going is terrific because it allows us to prevent the contamination that's happening right now and will happen in the interim before the technology gets to where we want it to be. And we can always amend the statute in the future once the technology is available.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that we have, under your leadership, and Representative Tucker's leadership, I think this committee has done a really fine job in tackling these PFAS issues. And this is as we heard today, it makes you weep from that morning report. And this amendment does propose something which strikes me as pretty dramatic, but we cannot, in my view, continue to spread contaminants knowingly agricultural land and elsewhere. We just need to say, stop it. And, I wish that, we were equipped to solve all the technology issues of the world, but we're legislators. And I think this is one of these cases where, my disposition, I'm eager to hear other ideas, but my disposition is first just say, no, let's stop this. If there's a sensible way of doing it, wonderful. But I think there's a embedded in this policy proposal is an important finding, which is that we as legislators will not participate knowingly in the further contamination of our precious agricultural lands. It is a serious thing to propose, and and I just want to applaud Senator Brenner for taking us in that direction. We just need to go there.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I agree that we need to stop spreading the contaminated sludge and other materials. I'm wondering, and this is a question I'm asked of Ms. Clark, of the agency. would it be helpful or not to have a provision for testing in this as well? So if someone did achieve an acceptable test, they could use the sludge that they produce. In other words, if in time, do we need a trap door, an escape hatch, or would it serve really no purpose?
I think you could certainly include a provision like you're describing, but as I mentioned before, the vast majority of the results that we've seen exceed the thresholds that are currently in rule. There was the one exception that I had mentioned from one small treatment plant, but even that was a moment in time. It doesn't mean that the next sludge sample that they take, that will also be below the thresholds. So I think the vast body of data that we have indicates that sludge and septage generally exceed the thresholds. I do think that what you're describing could be fashioned into the law. I don't know that we would be using it anytime soon, but it's, it certainly is something that could be included.
Okay, thank you. You really answered my question. I think it would. I was trying to develop a way to cover everything, and probably the easiest thing is just what's right before us. It's just stop spreading it altogether. Thank you.
Representative Dudera.
Yes, thank you. I am just so heartened to hear that it seems that many of us are on the same page with this, that we've heard these people come forward with their stories, and that we want to say no more. We're not going to continue to contribute to the problem once we know about it. One thing I just want to make sure, because I believe it's not in the amendment, Dan. One of my oldest friends here in the Mid-Coast has a company where she produces amazing compost. I doubt very much that she is using sludge to make it, but I want to make sure that if Maine producers of compost are being, I don't want to say penalized, but if they have to stop using the sludge, that we are not going to sell anybody else's compost from other states that's treated. I don't want to make it an unfair situation for our Maine producers of compost. Thanks.
I can answer that. So the way the amendment is designed is to prevent the making of compost going forward with sludge or septage, but any other acceptable materials will still be allowed in the making of compost. So for example, if she gets horse manure from a local farm along with leaves and vegetable scraps for her compost production, that would still be permittable.
Thank you. But I guess I'm thinking of the compost that's sold in the big box stores that comes from who knows where, that's got who knows what in it. How do we know whether that's being made with tainted PFAS sludge?
Paula, did you want to take that question?
Sure. That compost that you may see in a big box store that contains any sludge or septage is required to be licensed in Maine for distribution, just like the in-state materials are. Historically, on occasion, we've seen a couple crop up that we were unfamiliar with that did not receive a distribution license, but we've taken appropriate enforcement actions against those. So as I understand the intent of the amendment, it would be to capture all of those out-of-state products that might contain septage or sludge. And we certainly are aware of the ones that have distribution licenses. And if we became aware of any others, we would pursue those.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Representative Dudera, that I misinterpreted your question and offered you an explanation of compost production. Representative Boyle.
Thank you. Yeah, mine's a follow-up question. Would this bill or amendment apply? So there's the making, I just heard, of compost and or sludge. And then there's the distribution of it, both outside of the state. A lot of it could be made in Canada, so internationally. And then I haven't heard anything about prohibitions on the application. If I go to my local garden shop and I buy mulch, am I then violating too because I bought it sort of by mistake and I applied it? There's making, there's distribution, there's application.
I don't believe that the landscape company or your nursery would be permitted to have it to sell.
Right, but if it did, if there was some there for some reason, am I liable for having used it as a citizen or a farmer or what have you?
Dan?
Yeah, so the way the prohibition would be set up would be to apply to any person. And so it wouldn't necessarily be a licensee or a commercial entity. It could theoretically be a residential user would be prohibited from applying or spreading on land in the state any of that compost or agricultural material. But as was noted, the prohibition on the sale and distribution of those products would likely reduce the stock of that within a short period of time. So it likely would not become an issue for your residential use. I'm sure DEP could speak to it, but I think generally in an instance like that, there would be some sort of outreach before there was an enforcement action taken against an individual.
We did, in fact, talk about that very scenario internally, the possibility of a home gardener with a bag of commercial material left over in the shed from last year. If that happened and technically that person was subject to the use ban in the law, the department would certainly use enforcement discretion in that situation. I doubt that there will be a lot of those situations. Typically, what we see is that both the larger commercial users and the residential users are more likely to acquire their stocks in the spring. There are some exceptions to that. Some of the commercial users of material, contractors, for instance, do use this material in construction. They use it for mulch. They use amended topsoil for establishing vegetation. So commercial users may have some material left from last season, possibly, if they have storage capability. And under the amendment, the way it's currently being described, they would not be able to distribute that material and it would have to be landfilled. There is the possibility of a stray residential user having a bag left over. And again, I think we would try to work with them, provide them information, and exercise enforcement discretion. Clearly, we're not interested in taking enforcement action against a residential user of a bag of sludge-derived compost.
Any other thoughts today? What I think would make the most sense is if we let this marinate for the week, work through the fine-tuning the language for the amendment, circulate that amendment prior to our next time together next Monday, and then plan to vote on it next week if everyone feels comfortable with that plan. And so with that, I would look for a tabling motion. Yes, Representative Tucker. You're muted.
I move that we table that bill.
I'll second it.
Second it.
I'll second.
All hands up for a tabling motion on the floor. Great. Thanks, everyone. Okay, last but not least, just to thank you all for hanging in there for a long day again. We will turn to 1639, which is, just to refresh everyone's memory, 1639 is an act to protect the health and welfare of Maine communities and reduce harmful solid waste. This is Senator Carney's bill related to the Juniper Ridge landfill. And I believe where we left off was we'd heard from Resource and Casella, and we'd heard from the advocates, and we ended early last week. Well, it was pretty late, but we ended prematurely, let me say that, prior to listening to the department's comments on the legislation and the amendment. Senator Carney.
Thank you. I think what I'd like to do now is to ask if Paula Clark could rejoin us, and I have a couple of questions for her, and I think that the opponents of the legislation may as well. Paul, should I proceed? Thank you.
Yeah, dive right in.
Okay. Paula Clark, thank you so much for being here today regarding LD 1639. And I had a couple of questions for you regarding the proposed amendment. When between sessions, I had worked on the language of the bill in an effort to make it more clear and more implementable. And have you had a chance to look at the proposed amended language?
I have.
Yeah, and you helped me wordsmith it to some extent. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you for your help with that. And I just want to focus on the implementable aspect of this. Given looking at the new language in the amendment, it's based on the weight of residue that's transferred from a processing facility or recycling facility or incinerator to Juniper Ridge landfill. And is that way of measuring residue, is that consistent with the way these facilities as well as the landfill operate, namely doing things based on weight?
It is. We receive annual reports from those facilities, and they report the types of waste and the volume and weights of the waste in different ways. But they do report in tons. They report weights to us. So I do think it's implementable from that perspective.
Okay, and so operationally, the facilities are tracking weight, and then from a reporting perspective, the department is also tracking according to weight?
Correct.
Okay. And then there was something that I heard from a representative at Resource last week that really puzzled me. And that person seemed to think that, and I'm trying to get this right, seemed to think that Resource was not, rather than being accepted from the 50% recycling requirement that other facilities are subject to, that somehow Resource was actually had a heavier recycling burden than the other facilities. And I was wondering if you could comment on that, whether you heard it and what your understanding is.
I did hear that comment. I remember the comment that you're referring to, and I was a little puzzled by it because I don't believe it's accurate, at least as I understood the comment. I don't believe that it's accurate. The requirement in law is that every waste processing facility in the state must recycle incoming waste to at least a rate of 50%. So every processing facility for a number of years has been subject to that requirement. In the last session, the legislature's amendments to the definition of waste generated within the state included an additional provision that required that any waste that is reported as being recycled by a processing facility, that must be at least 50% by methods other than placement in a landfill. So if, by way of example, a processing facility reported that they had recycled 50% of their waste, they would also, under this new requirement, have to demonstrate that 50% of that 50% was recycled by methods outside of landfill placement. And in the case of resource, the law provided an exception that said instead of the 50% of 50%, that the requirement is 15 for this year and 20 for next year, as opposed to 50.
Thank you. And so the amendment would actually slowly step resource up to the same level that other facilities are currently subject to, as set forth in the amendment, right?
As I read the amendment, yes, it would have that effect.
Okay. And then there's one other question that I wanted to ask you, and that has to do with other types of materials that are used in Maine, both for daily cover and for bulking. We've heard a lot about how important the construction demolition debris from Massachusetts and New Hampshire and other states is to the operations at Juniper Ridge. But are there other materials that are currently being used in Maine for that bulking and actually also for the alternative daily cover functions?
Well, I can certainly speak to the alternative daily cover. In 2020, the Juniper Ridge landfill reported that they had used 102,000 tons of material as alternative daily cover. The vast majority of that was fines from construction demo processing. So about 100,000 tons were from processing fines. And then the other 2,000 tons, I believe, was some type of wood chip. Landfills use different materials for alternative daily cover. Typically, I mean, this is a broad statement, but generally depending on what they have available and how much of it. And in the case of the Crossroads landfill, they also accepted in excess of 100,000 tons of material that they used as alternative daily cover. Most of that was composed of chipped utility poles, boiler ash, auto shredder residue, some type of contaminated soil, and then there was an other category as well. A couple of those waste streams they obtained primarily from out of state, which Juniper Ridge certainly can't obtain those materials from out of state directly because of the ban on the disposal of out of state generated material. But those are the types of materials in general terms that were used at the Crossroads landfill. Again, Juniper Ridge used primarily the fines from construction demo processing. Different landfills make different choices about what's available and how much of it, and whether or not it's a reliable substitute for daily cover material. But many landfills do make those choices and use a variety of different materials for that purpose. I do believe that there are other materials that can be used for sludge bulking. Obviously, the state is not making the operational choices for the Juniper Ridge landfill about what they, can and should use for bulking their sludge material. But the bulky waste is not the only material that can work for that purpose. I think it becomes more a matter of what and how much is available specifically to Juniper Ridge, which they could respond to better than I could. They do accept a variety of different types of special wastes at Juniper Ridge, some of which could be used as alternative daily cover and possibly bulking material, but definitely alternative daily cover.
Thank you. Or do you know off the top of your head what the other special waste is that is currently accepted at Juniper Ridge that could be used? I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't know.
I can remember some of them. I mean, I know that they take incinerator ash. They have stated before the committee previously that there's not enough incinerator ash to serve the alternative daily cover need, but they do accept incinerator ash. They accept contaminated soils from time to time. I believe that they have accepted historically some other types of ash like coal, oil, and multi-fuel boiler ash. Various types of grit and screenings and sweepings and dredge material. So there are, a variety of different materials that in theory can be used as alternative daily cover and have been at certain landfills over time.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions for the department related to 1639? Comments? Paula, is there anything else you want to add that we haven't asked you about?
Nothing comes to mind immediately. I think most of the important issues have been touched on. If there are questions that come up, I would be happy to try to respond to those if I can, but I don't have anything additionally to present at this point.
Okay. And Senator Carney, you mentioned that there might be some folks who had questions of the department. Is there anyone that you wanted me to bring over?
So that was an assumption on my part. I think perhaps you could let me just look at the participation, the attendee side of
There's
the meetings.
one person who's had their hand up all afternoon. So I don't know that that's specific for this.
Okay, all right. I think that it would be appropriate to ask Shelby Wright from Casella if she would like to ask any questions of Paula Clark, because the format that we used last week again was for each of the opponents and the proponents to have an opportunity to ask. And so I think it would be appropriate to invite her to see if she had questions for Paula Clark.
So Shelby, just go ahead and put your hand up if you have any questions. No, oh, here it goes. Okay, I'm gonna bring her over.
Thank you.
Sure. Welcome back.
Hello again. So did you want to know if I had questions for Paula, or did you have questions for me?
I was wondering if you had questions for Paula, and I don't know that you do. I didn't hear from you that you did. I just wanted to be respectful of the fact that you might.
No, but thank you very much for offering and giving me the opportunity to ask. But at this time, I don't really have anything for Paula. I think we've been communicating back and forth quite nicely offline. So she's always very willing to talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. But if you have any questions for me, I'll be right here.
Does the committee have any further conversation that we want to have today related to 1639? Comments or concerns, more information that folks would like before we consider it for a vote? Yes, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize if this sounds naive and overly generic of a question, but last year in my other committee, we had a bill in which let me start over again. So if we pass this legislation in some form, is there a concern that it will start retaliation amongst other states or from other states? Perhaps, I'm not sure who should answer that, but if Shelley would care to take a stab at that, that would be great. Or am I looking at it too simplistically?
Representative Toole, thank you very much. I think that, from a waste industry perspective, we look at waste very regionally. Geographic lines on maps don't necessarily dictate how, waste is best managed in a geographic area, because it's often determined by proximity to processing facilities, hauling, and the ability to take volumes that are created. As I've said before, and has been mentioned in this committee, a lot of our waste goes out of state. All of our hazardous waste, all of our e-waste, most of our medical waste, some of our municipal solid waste goes out of state or to another country. And so it's very difficult, as a commodity, which waste is, to regulate its crossing over state lines. I do believe it's unconstitutional under the Commerce Clause. So would we get other repercussions from other states if we decided to stop taking their waste? That would be entirely on, the other state. I will say that, obviously preserving the landfill capacity for the residents of Maine is paramount to the operations of Juniper Ridge Landfill. And whether or not we get the volume of material that we currently do from resource, we're still going to need that volume of material to come in to manage the waste that we have, especially with what we're looking at as an increase in sludge now. So we are going to have to find that reliable bulking agent and other materials here in state, and that could produce a challenge.
Senator Carney.
Thank you. I just also wanted to address Representative Toole's question, because this is a little different than private companies competing from state to state, because what we have here is our state-owned landfill, which is regulated by our state solid waste hierarchy. And we're essentially, what we're doing is we are letting our state-owned landfill be used in a way that runs counter to our solid waste hierarchy and our goals within the state of promoting recycling. And so I just wanted to give you that perspective on the bill. And also wanted to point out that I believe that this section of the work session on LD 1639 was really for folks to ask questions of the department. Thank you.
Any additional questions for the department? All right, not seeing any. Senator Carney, do you have any other points you want to add for today?
No, I don't. I mean, I think that our plan was to provide an opportunity for committee members to ask questions of the department, and I think we've met that goal. Thank you.
Great, wonderful. So any further discussion today on 1639? Yes, Representative Tucker. You're muted.
I move that we table this bill.
Is there a second? Senator Bennett. Okay. Show of hands to table 1639. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Okay, that was a nice, long, productive day. Are there any announcements? Yes, Representative Tucker. Oh, we still have a language review.
Language review for 1809. I guess the question is going to be whether anybody has any problem with the language that came out since our vote.
Everybody comfortable with the language as distributed? Yes, Dan.
You want to just have me share it and run through it real quick?
Sure.
So this is a language review for LD 1809, an act to allow exceptions to the height limitations under the shoreland zoning laws. This was voted majority ought to pass as amended, minority ought not to pass. The minority ought not to pass report had representatives Toole and O'Connor on it, I believe. This is unfortunately an amendment that is one of those ones from the revisor's office where instead of showing the actual proposal, they show the actual replacements that occur, and it's a little hard to follow, but I can verify that there were no substantive changes to the amendment that was voted on last time. So I'll jump to the fiscal note, which is required, but as OFPR has determined, any additional costs to DEP as a result of modifications to how the height structures that are located within specific shoreland zone areas are measured are anticipated to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. So unless anyone has any concerns or issues, I will go ahead and get that started on the process to report out of committee.
Any comments, questions, concerns? Thanks, Dan. Any other announcements? All right, well, we are, just as a reminder, not meeting on Wednesday, but we will be back together next Monday, February 7th. We'll turn a calendar page between now and then.